So 2:04.1 for Dax Bennick that last time around. That is smoking. That's the fast lap on the moto. So doing it on lap 5.
Well, impressive stuff from Bennick. Like you say, fastest lap of the race so far on lap 5. And he's just continuing to keep his head down, continuing to charge, not worrying about what's behind him or what's before him. He's just racing the racetrack right now, keeping his mind in the game, trying not to make mistakes. And we've talked about it several times right now, just how smooth he is on the bike. He's comfortable. He's not spending a lot of energy, useless energy, just keeping himself in the right position on the bike. That head movement is minimal. He just looks comfortable and doing well out front, clicking fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, let that bike do the work under you as much as you can. And, you know, just kind of soak it all up. Try not to make any big mistakes. Just got to stay where you are. That's all.
Well, a lot
simple.
of racing.
Simple, Luke. It's real simple.
It's simple. I'm barely even sweating here, you know. I'm pretty relaxed.
Just don't make any mistakes.
A lot of racing to go yet for sure, but almost looks like a slightly different Daxton Bennett this moto than we've seen the last moto. And again, maybe he's just had to get his outdoor legs back underneath him a little bit more. Haven't been spending so much time on the Supercross tracks and running the future stuff. And, you know, he's had a lot of stuff going on in his world lately. At that upper level, there's cameras in your face all the time. There's a lot of pressure. And that pressure comes to this racetrack with him, too, I'm sure, because there's expectations when your name is Daxton Bennett, you're on a Star Yamaha.
Well, yeah, you're on that good ride. People expect you to make the most of it. We're at the halfway point here. As you see Parker Ross working on Bryce Shelley to get into the top 5.
And that gap continuing to grow. He's got 7.9 seconds, does Daxton Bennett on the Yamaha over the KTM-mounted Preston Baselug back there in second. Finish still right there on the back wheel of Preston Baselug, so we can watch that battle. Looks like that could be something that could materialize for us for that battle between second and third.
So Bennett coming through, heading to the Shock Sox S turn.
Making quick work of those back markers.
Yeah, but guess what? There's going to be a lot more to come.
Yep. He just looks really fluid on the bike right now. To me, more so this moto than last, and it's showing up with his results as of right now. Something clicked.
You know, some riders they race better when they have to work through. Some riders race better when they're out front. And it might have just rattled him a little bit to not be where he expected to be in that first section. We saw him in the 250s. You know, it's a funny thing, confidence.
It sure is. Yeah, the battle between the ears, sometimes the biggest battle these guys deal with. And whatever's going on there, he's got it sorted out right now, clicking off consistent 205s.
So winding down the laps here, Open A Pro Sport riders. There's Bennick making his way back up the hill. We'll watch him head over the top of Cemetery Hill and through the FMF power wall.
Okay, so Mcnabb has gone down a second time now, and he's gone down twice, and he is up into 19th now. So he got up in 39th earlier, sliced and diced his way up. The last time I seen him was like in 22nd or something like. He gone down again, and now he's up to 19th, right behind Jet Reynolds. So Mcnabb, the rider out of Canada, come down, turned some heads his first moto, went down this moto, got up and sliced and diced through the field. Incredible stuff from Mcnabb.
Yeah, he's going to have to go to work there, see if he can follow Reynolds, continue to charge through the field. Reynolds at a 2:11 right now, so Mcnabb at a 2:08, so it looks like
Okay, so Baselug now coming up over the power wall, I believe, and then I'm looking. Maybe I had him on the wrong spot of the racetrack.
Yeah, there's Reynolds right there on the 124, and there's Mcnabb on the 64. So they are continuing to work through the field.
So it looks like Mcnabb turning a 2:08 through traffic back there, so pretty impressive stuff. The rider in 19th place.
Yeah, he's going fast for sure, but they got a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of time to do it.
Well, that gap between Bennick and Baseflug starting to reduce a little bit. It's down to 6 seconds, 6.4. Keep an eye on that margin and see if Baseflug has anything to offer Bennick late in the race here.
All right, here we go into the 12-pack. Bennick on the 241.
Bennick having to change lines up from his typical line to get through the back markers there, but no harm, no foul, gets through clean. 207 from Bennick that time through. Baseflug with a 206, so that gap is 5.8 now. Baseflug slowly reeling him in. Don Collings, do you think he's got anything to offer late in the moto?
Just a second quicker that time around,
Yes,
so
sir.
he's picking up the pace.
Yep.
And here's the thing, lapped riders.
Yeah.
Bennick's hitting him first, so it could be that 207 is because he got a little hung up. You saw him have to switch lines over here.
Yep.
So that might start to play a factor.
Well, and you get the situations where lapped riders are actually racing each other. They've got no desire to move over at that point in time because they've got a battle that they're dealing with themselves.
No, because guess what? No blue flags in motocross, folks.
Right.
You got to get your way through honestly.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that margin, but you're right. Daxton Bennick turned a 207 last time through. Preston Baseflug at 206.5. So Baseflug got the bit between his teeth right now. He's charging hard.
Yeah, and Bennick making his way to the Kawasaki step up. Again, working through some of that traffic there.
There comes Reynolds and Mcnabb coming across. So Reynolds and Mcnabb in 17th and 18th that time through.
Yeah, starting to move up through the field, but again, time is not going to be on their side.
I think Baseflug is catching him, man. I think next time through they're going to be almost half that margin.
It's going to get a little closer, but 5.5, almost 6 seconds is a lot of space to cover. So we'll see where Baseflug is after this time around at the top of the hill. There's the 241 of Bennick into the 12-pack.
Just seeing him on the screen here. I thought Baseflug was closer than he. Whoa! Whoa!
Well, Bennick almost got hung up with that lapped rider.
Well, he swapped really hard on the exit of the 12-pack there. Almost went down.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, with another rider right there like that, it can get ugly. So it is going to be a much closer gap this time around.
Well, really not much of a change
despite that
there.
mistake, I thought he would get way closer.
Yeah, I did too.
So it looks like Bennick is just managing the race out front.
And doing an incredible job because, like you said, he's having to work his way through a lot of traffic right now and maintaining a really good pace, 208 right there, and that was dealing with a lot of traffic on that lap. So nice work from Bennick. Baseflug still got the bit between his teeth. He can see what's going on up there. He's catching glimpses of Bennick, and he knows he's got a little time left. Anything can happen. We've seen crazy stuff happen today.
Oh, yeah, just bide your time, ride your race.
Yeah.
Hey, if it comes to you, it comes to you.
It's a 3-moto format, so there's a lot that can happen here. That really could come into play if Mcnabb and Reynolds can make some more moves there, but it looks like there's a lot of pretty big gaps that they're going to have to overcome once they start catching the riders in front of them. So maybe that top 15 might be, a pretty tough row for them to hoe there.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to get. Might have to hope for a little luck on that one.
Yeah.
See Reynolds looking over like, what are you still doing here?
Yeah. They've been together a lot of this moto. Mcnabb just turns a 207 that time through. He's matching Baseflug with a 207. And Mcnabb back in 18th place turning 207.
So Bennick working out of the Dunlop drop, coming to the Shock Sox S turn.
Trying to negotiate what the best way through. .44 last time through between Bennick and Baseflug.
Yeah, and I think Baseflug might have lost a little time to him there. We'll have to get a look and see.
Waiting for the update so we can give you the gap there.
Yeah, it does look like he lost a little more time.
He picked up some time. He
so
got
Bennick got 2:06 that time.
Yeah.
Baseflug at 2:08. So
yeah.
So yeah, the 28 losing time to the 41 there.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like Bennick might just be managing the race from out front there, getting the pit boards and having a pretty good indication of what kind of gap he's got and just trying to maintain that.
Yep, work your way through the traffic. Just keep consistent.
That's pretty fast to get through the traffic, be clicking off 206 this late in the moto. And the amount of traffic they're dealing with, still clicking off 206s, that's clipping around here pretty quick.
Yeah, there is no question that Bennick is legit, that's for sure.
Well, Britt Lambert's still comfortable inside the finish line flag and stand there, so still got a little time here for stuff to happen. I got the camera on Daxton Bennick right now. He's making his way down to the Loop 270, the much rutted Loop 270 back there. Beautiful stuff, beautiful footage from the drone. And again, just impressive watching how comfortable Bennick looks on top of the Yamaha there. Just really immobile. He's just not bouncing all over the place. The bike looks stable. He looks stable. The head is not a bobblehead. He's just in line with the bike and attacking the racetrack right now and doing an incredible job.
Yep, working his way to the top of Cemetery Hill. And there we go, launching himself into the 12-pack over that FMF power wall. All right, looks like Bennick going to hold on to that gap. It's going to stretch it out a little bit more to 7.3. So Dax Bennick continues to do work. Finish on the 105, a solid third. Bryce Shelley, Parker Ross, side by side. Ross goes to the inside. Ross trying to make the pass, heading to number 3. He's going to get him. So Parker Ross on the 12 makes the move around Bryce Shelley.
That's for the number 4 spot there. So impressive stuff late in the moto here from Parker Ross on the Honda.
Yeah, he's been kind of pacing Bryce Shelley for a little bit there. He was behind him for about 5 or 6 laps, just trying to figure out a good spot.
Well, looking down the board a ways, looks like Ryder Mcnabb has moved up into that number 15 spot. So he is still charging forward.
Yeah, Reynolds up to 17th, but McNabb able to make the leap up forward.
So things pretty well getting themselves sorted out in those top 4 or 5 spots there, and you drop back to Parker Ross. And looks like he's just right there on the back of Bryce Shelley.
And looks like the white flag going to come out this next time around as you see the finish line flagger. Britt Lambert with that white flag in hand.
He is ready to pull the trigger, and I'd be surprised if Daxton Bennick wasn't excited to see that white flag. Just knowing that anything can happen here. But, man, he's looked really, really solid. We've talked about it the entire race. Man, he's just looked really comfortable. He had a little bobble in the 12-pack a while ago trying to negotiate a back marker. But aside from that, I haven't really seen any kind of bobbles or mistakes from Daxton Bennick.
No, this has been a really good race for Dax. So 1 to go as the white flag comes out. Daxton Bennick, Preston Bates, Luke Mark Finnis, Bryce Shelley, Parker Ross, top 5. Avery Long, Crockett Myers, Mitchell Zaremba, Lux Turner, Hamden Hudson through the top 10.
Check him out. Crockett Myers at the number 7 spot. Sweet stuff from the youngster from here in the area.
Yeah, you know, he's been slowly kind of marching his way up through.
Yeah, you're right. He has. That gap back to Baselug now, just over 10 seconds. Baselug turning a 2:10.9 that time through.
Yeah, Bennick has got a solid guy. And you notice his lap times have not really fallen off at all. He's been pretty solid. That 1:2:04 where he kind of broke away, and now it's been 2:06, 2:07 all the way through.
Yeah, incredible stuff to be that consistent through traffic, and track conditions are gnarly, but again, he has been so steady this moto. It's just kind of been sweet to watch how clean and tidy he's been throughout the moto. And looks like he's going to have about a half a lap to go, and See if he can just continue for one more half of a lap into the Shock Socks S-turn. Daxton Bennick on the Yamaha, and he's on cruise control right now. You can see he's off the pace, just keeping it.
Yeah, just going to get this lap done.
He just caught a boot in that left-hander. It looked like he almost tucked the front. It might have been a little theater from my end, but it really looked like he almost tucked the front.
It's the mistake you don't want to make right now.
Nope, not at all. He's got a little wiggle room with that 10-second margin there, but better off just go ahead and keep it rubber side down, roll that thing across the finish line with no hiccups. So race number 37 winding down here. Race number 37. Yeah, it is 37. No, what number is it? It's a random number, yeah. So it's race number, I guess. Yeah, race 450B, race 12, Division 1 up next. Oh, Division 2. We've already done a division. That's right.
Looking for your leader. There he is, a little fist bump over that FMF power wall. And that is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here. The Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha ride of Dax Bennick with the win.
Might as well flat land the finish to show the victory, huh?
No, that suspension can take it.
Yeah.
Could drop him out of a building on that thing.
Well, congrats.
On the 28, that is the Fox Racing Orange Brigade KTM ride of Preston Bays Fluke second. 105, the Gas ride of Mark Finnis is going to finish it out in third. Bryce Shelley right with him there. He was closing up. So Shelley going to settle for fourth in this one. And it's going to be Parker Ross rounding out your top five.
Wonder what happened with Ross there. He was in fourth last time through, and then Shelley got
him and
back
Shelley were both kind of going back and forth, and I think he might have just made a mistake, and Shelley was able to get the gap on him. But that is going to do it for the Open A Pro Sport. Coming off the gate next, we're going to have the riders in the 450B 12-plus Limited Division number 2. 450C 12-plus Limited Division 1 and 2. You should be in the staging area. So, again, 450C 12-plus Division 1 and 2 in the staging area. 50cc 4-6 shaft drive, you should be in staging as well. As we get ready to go down to the podium here and get ready for the next moto.
Looks like the 41 machine getting a monster hole shot there. There's a 41R on the paperwork, so I'm going to go with Jordan Miller out of Montgomery, Texas. Looking at the wrong one here. So that's 41. That's Nate Freehill. My buddy Nate Freehill. Good to see the Freehill crew coming in from California. Got to visit with Chris a little bit last night. Nate out front early on. We'll keep an eye on that.
Good way to start that moto off.
Still looks like he's holding on the 41. Oh, getting a rail on the outside. Who is that? Taking that spot away from Freehill. Is that the number 30 machine?
Oh, these guys are swapping all over the place.
Yeah, he just planted that front tire into that berm, and it just parked him.
Yeah, that is the 30 out front. Don't have a name to match that number right now, but it looks like Jadon Cooper in the 700 in second. And the 41 of Nate Freehill going to rock back into third. So we're going to look at the race order as they make their way through. Looks like the 30 might have been a late entry there. So you see him giving a little look over.
Could be Riley Allen. We got a couple bikes down there. Could be Riley Allen out there on the 30 machine. I'm not sure who it is, but when they come through.
Yeah, we'll get them dialed in. So your leaders making their way down to the bottom of the Bud Moore throttle turn there. Going to make their way up the hill.
And the number 30 machine relegated back to the number 2 spot. Up over the FMF power wall into the Texas 12-pack. These guys pounding them hard through here.
So Cooper with the lead now on the 700.
So that was Riley Allen there that we were talking about. So Jadon Cooper on the 700 machine out front. Riley Allen out there in second on the number 30. Nate Freehill on the Hondo. On the number 41 machine holding on that final podium position. He's running around out there in third, followed by Morningside, Searles, Edwards, Canizaro, Player, Thomas, Henry, Clark, Concannon, sorry about that. That is your top 12. And Jadon Cooper been showing that he can flat rip all weekend. He's been flying around this racetrack.
Yeah, definitely knows the quick way around the race course here.
Well, cool to see Riley Allen, one of the local, North Texas riders, out there slicing and dicing in the front of the pack here on the number 30. Still holding on to that number 2 spot. Freehill on the Honda right there behind him, and then Freehill coming under pressure now. And it's a drag race. Looks like Freehill going to give that spot up. I believe that's going to be Morningside.
Yeah, you got a few people going after that spot there.
Well, he does, don't he?
So working that big Suzuki sweeper down the bottom of the hill. Well, I brought the output clip down a little on the first one too, yeah, just to see if we can stop the push on that. But that power amp's just So this is the 450B Limited Division number 2 on the track. A lot of racing still to go today.
A lot of racing, a lot of sick fishing tournament going on later on tonight. Jadon Cooper coming across. Hey, Freehill's moved up into that number 2 spot. Where did Riley Allen go? Riley Allen relegated back, looked like to the number 4 spot. So Ty Freehill on the Honda moves up into that number 2 spot. Excuse me, Nate Freehill.
Yeah, leaders out of the twist and shout section here, going to make their way to the Dunlop Expressway.
Race number 12 on the track. Race number 13, 450C Division 12, Division 1, 12 plus on the starting line. Ought to be a fun one. 450C stuff, always exciting to watch.
Oh, yeah. Got 2 divisions of 450C. And we got the 50cc shaft drive class. The P-Dub's going to come out. And it looks like we'll do another set of sight laps after that. So races 15 through races 22. Those riders will all head down into staging now for a sight lap after the 54-6 shaft drive.
Well, Jadon Cooper had a 4-second margin last time through, and I think he's going to have probably double that next time through. So Jadon clicking off about 4 seconds a lap faster than his nearest competition. We'll see if Nate Freehill can put his head down and try to do something with that margin between him and Jadon. But I think Jadon's he's just that much faster right now.
Yeah, and I mean, he just might be in that zone you were talking about earlier where it's like, all right, I got this.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ride my race. I got this.
Well, it looks like he'd been riding with a lot of confidence all weekend. Of course, Shan Garcia, J.P. Parsons been giving us a little bit of the DL on him, and he's a bigger kid, and so he likes this 450 a little bit more, and they've forewarned us, hey, he likes that 450. When he gets on that thing, keep an eye on him, and, well, he's not disappointed, as they told us to keep an eye on. Sure enough, he's putting out the fast laps right now coming through the 12-pack on that 450, and he's hauling the mail.
Here he is at the end of the 12-pack. So Cooper, the Fox Racing Yamaha, another lap in the books out front. Ooh, Freehill, Morningstar, the 51 of Searles and the 30 of Allen. That's a tight battle, 2nd through 5th.
Yeah, some really good racing going on back there. It's just 3/4 of a second, 3/4 of a second, 1.5, 1.8, 1.6, 1.5. That's the gap all the way back to Riley Allen in 8th. So a lot of racing to come at us here yet, so anything can happen. Jadon Cooper got a 5.9 second margin over Freehill right now, so he's continuing to stretch it out.
Yeah, and that's all he's got to do now is just keep hitting his marks. Don't get yourself into any trouble. You don't need to, because the battle for second, that might end up giving him an even bigger gap if these guys start getting into it together.
Looks like Freehill may have been relegated back to the number 3 spot around the Leonard Skinner oak tree there.
Yeah, we'll get a look at the numbers as they make their way towards us here.
It looks like the 292 machine looking over at Freehill, giving him a wink and a nod and said, that was fun, but I got to go, buddy.
So I'll send you a Christmas card. We'll talk maybe after Easter. I don't know.
Freehill trying to come back up underneath Morningstar. Morningstar
go.
saws him off there. It was clean.
Yeah,
but,
he was like, yeah, going to get another wheel? No, you're not.
Yeah, see you later. Really good racing going on there for second and third right now, and then right behind them another really good battle, just literally for the same battle that they're battling for position-wise, but it's fourth and fifth out there duking it out as well. So the Texas Tornado, Hayes Edwards, out there slicing and dicing. And, of course, Van Martin here saying, man, he's coming. Keep an eye on Hayes. So we're definitely going to do that. Hayes Edwards, boy of Colin Edwards, the Texas Tornado, the Toll Texan, we called him over the years past that you would hear the announcers talk about him when he was road racing overseas in the GPs. His baby boy, Hayes Edwards, out there on the 45 machine. Got the bit. Whoa! What a world, J-Don.
I'll tell you what, that section right there at the end is getting a little bit tricky because
yes, sir.
That little rhythm on the inside, that's a little bit shorter than the outside.
Hayes Edwards putting the pressure on Freehill right now. As Van Martin came over and said, hey, man, Hayes is coming. Keep an eye on him. Sure enough, they come through over the finish line there, and he's right there on the back wheel of the 41 of Freehill.
Yeah, Edwards really working that line. So Jaden Cooper, Peyton Morningstar, Nate Freehill, Hayes Edwards, Gavin Player, top 5.
We've got a flag
and it looks like
out.
the 700 went down.
Oh, no.
That's a KTM coming around out front.
Yeah. So it looks like.
So Morningstar going to take over the lead.
Oh, he had that big bobble over here. He was so solid. Everything looked so good, and then just started making mistakes, and then goes down.
They talk about that all the time. One mistake turns into 3, and the next thing you know, you're not in the front of the pack anymore. It looks like he is in third. So not a catastrophe, but not what you want to have going on here because we're getting towards the later part of this moto.
Well, and that's not even him in third. That's actually Hayes Edwards in third right now.
Wow, that's a big drop.
Hayes Edwards making his bid there, going to try to go inside out.
Yeah, there's Cooper right there, just ahead of the 524 Diesel Thomas.
Ooh, I thought Hayes was going to try to dive underneath, unable to get it done. Freehill took the line. So Freehill holds on. Really good battle going on behind them for fourth and fifth now, or actually third and fourth. Actually, it is fourth and fifth.
Everything except first. Really, that's really what's going on.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there it is, the 41 of Nate Freehill, your new leader, trying to get away at the front of the pack as much as he can. That's Edwards. That's Hayes Edwards. That's Edwards behind him. Yeah, Morningstar is out front. Okay. Yeah. So working through the pack here as we follow him into the FMF Power Wall. So Peyton Morningstar on the 292 with the lead now, the 41. Freehill in second. Hayes Edwards is third. There's Diesel Thomas fourth. Jadon Cooper fifth. So big shakeup on that lap.
So Morningstar turning a 214 out there. Freehill turning a 216, and Hayes Edwards also turning a 216. Check out Diesel Thomas turning a 212 out there.
Yeah, Thomas just picked up 2 spots, so there you go.
He's on the gas, yeah.
Well, you know what? He probably saw all that carnage in front of him and said, now is the time to hit it.
Now's the time to drop the hammer, baby.
Let's go. Hit the afterburners, baby.
Time to roll the coal and head forward.
So your leader now, Peyton Morningstar, coming out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
3.5 second margin last time through.
Yeah, that's not a bad spot to be in because we're getting towards the end of this moto.
Really good race right now between Freehill and Edwards. And it looks like Edwards going to try to go inside. Freehill going to go outside. That line comes into one same line there. So Freehill holds on. Edwards trying inside, trying outside, tried everything in between. So here we go. This could be the one. Edwards going to go inside out. Freehill's going to go outside in. And it's a drag race, and Freehill comes out front.
Very close there. Looking at that battle.
I'm telling you, you couldn't throw a credit card through them through that section coming through the left-hander there.
No.
They were literally touching
they
through the corner.
They would have kept holding it right between them.
And it looks like Hayes Edwards makes a move around Freehill, so Edwards is going to move up into that number 2 spot.
Now watch Freehill on the outside here, though. He's got a good run if he can lay it into this berm.
Anxious to see if Edwards has anything for Morningstar out front. Edwards has been held up pretty hard by Freehill, it looked like.
If he's got anything, he better show it now because the white flag's coming out.
Going to have a lap and about a quarter to do it. But he's checking out. I mean, he's leaving leaving Freehill pretty quickly. Once he finally made the move, there were 3.5 seconds. We'll just have to watch the margin when they come by.
So leader going to come through the 12-pack. There is Peyton Morningstar going to get the white flag. There's the 45 of Hayes Edwards. So if you're going to do it, now is the time. Diesel Thomas making a move to third as he takes advantage of Freehill as well.
Wow,
so
he is on the charge. Yeah,
he really
Diesel
is
Thomas,
on the move.
Yeah, he's the man on the move for sure right now.
A 2:13 that time.
Ouch. Well, Hayes Edwards turned a 2:12. So
that's some late race speed right there.
So, Don, you're in this position. You're Hayes Edwards in the second position. With that bit of a margin there, do you try to make that up, or do you settle and say, you know what, it's a 2-moto format, I got to do it moto number 2?
You know what? If I'm Hayes Edwards, I'm worried about Diesel Thomas. I don't think you can settle down at all. Maybe you're not chasing after Morningstar, but you better stay on the gas because those guys behind you are coming quickly.
That's a good point. It's 2.8 seconds back to Diesel Thomas when they came through. Hayes Edwards still turned a faster lap time that time by about 3/4 of a second. But, yeah, he's got his hands full with Diesel Thomas coming. He sure can't let up. I don't know if my mentality would be to charge forward or just try to hold the ground right there. But either way, Diesel Thomas charging.
Yeah,
charging.
I think you got to run. That's it. All you got to do is just run.
Van Martin said, hey, he's coming for Morningstar. And sure enough, they go through the left-hander there over the Kawasaki step-up. And Hayes Edwards got the bit between his teeth, and he has got Morningstar in his sights trying to reel him in.
That's it. Always looking forward, always trying to race the guy in front of you. So Hayes Edwards has a shot at Morningstar as they make their way into that big Suzuki sweeper.
Well, any question I had, do you hold up and wait for the second moto? He just answered.
He says no.
Yeah.
You never hold up.
I don't see Diesel Thomas back there anymore. It looks like he must have had a bit of a bobble or something.
He's there. He just hasn't been able to close. I think because Edwards picked his pace up.
Once Edwards got clear of Freehill, he was able to put his head down.
So there's your leader going to make his way running up to the top of Cemetery Hill one more time. You saw him a little look over the shoulder there. He wants to know where second place rider is. And he got a nice clean entry into the 12-pack.
And just like that, Peyton Morningstar holds on with a triple fist pump. He is truly fired up.
Yeah, and you should be. That was a great race. Diesel Thomas, man, coming from behind to get himself to third. That young man really did some work. Freehill and Cooper, 4th and 5th. And Jaden Cooper's got to be thinking about what could have been there as he had a really good jump out front.
Well, Don, I'd be lying if I said that Peyton Morningstar's just enthusiasm didn't just go into the core of who I am, man. I truly got excited. Yeah.
Love it.
It's a blessing to see that enthusiasm come out. He worked hard, got the result from it, and that triple fist pump just let you know, man, I'm loving what I'm doing.
Heck yeah.
Fun
So
stuff.
getting ready to go now, it looks like, with the 450C 12 Plus Division 1.
Looks like the 117 giving the fist pump going around the right hand.
Oh, there you go.
Another fist pump, but looks like he's going to give up that number 1 spot early on here. He held it for about 2 seconds.
Well, you know, it's a good feeling to make that turn at the start there and have nobody in front of you.
Heck yeah, man, getting that start with that many riders, good stuff. Okay. Connor Levering, number 38, Connor Levering. You need to, just Connor Levering. You need to go see Dean Diaz at the podium. Again, Connor Levering, you need to go see Dean Diaz at the podium. Okay. Wow. 38 seconds on the bull. I'm tired of talking about it already. We only been going for about 15. I couldn't do it, I promise.
All right, leaders making their way out of the Dunlop drop here in the 450C Division number 1.
Coming over side by side over number 6 there.
Yeah, looks like 17 of Logan Hale out front.
Maybe the double deuce there. Do we have a double deuce?
Let's see. Yeah, we don't have. Yeah, it's got 2 22s out here. We'll have to see which one it is, Galarrega or Damian Holmes. Looks like that might be a Yamaha.
So race number 13 on the track, 14 on the gate. Let's see here. This is Division 1. We'll have 2 divisions of 13.
Yeah, and we should have sight laps coming up very shortly for races 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. So, again, races 15 through 21, we'll be doing sight laps for those groups as well. And you should be in the staging area if you're in one of those motos.
Don Collings, look at this battle here for the lead right now. These guys absolutely been side by side for several corners here. They're just drag racing through the Bud Moore throttle section there, coming up over Cemetery Hill. And they're going to go side by side into the FMF Power Wall. This is going to be a drag race through the 12-pack.
Nice. 117 in the third spot. That's Genst right behind him. So Logan Hale, Damian Holmes, 1 and 2. Easton Genst in the third spot.
Okay, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The water will be turned on from 1 till 3. The water will be turned on, and then for the pits. And the bathrooms will be closed until 3. Then at 9 o'clock this evening, they're turning everything back on. Is that correct, JP? No. What's turning back on at 9? Just the water in the pits? Okay, water in the pits will be turned back on at 9 p.m. Okay, so closing the bathrooms at night, locking them up because of mischievous activities. So water is turned on in the pits from 1 to 3. So the water's turned on right now till 3 in the pits. Bathrooms are shut down. They'll fire the bathrooms back off at 3 till 9. Then they'll turn the water back on in the pits at 9. So there you have it. Damian Holmes out front, Logan Hale.
It's a lot of water information right there.
It is, yeah.
I just want to go take a shower now after talking about water like that.
Well, speaking of water, man, this cloud cover has done incredible things for us these last couple days.
Yeah,
and the
it's
track's
been really
staying juicy
nice
throughout the day, having to put very little water down, which saves the water in the lakes down here so we can have the Big Kahuna Malcolm Stewart fishing tournament tonight. You're going to be calling that tonight, right?
Yeah, I'll be down there just screaming at everybody that's got a fishing pole in their hands to get a big fish. That's one of my favorite events here every year. I love that Big Kahuna fishing tournament. And stepping up the game this year as the winner, the Big Fish is going to get a signed autographed jersey from the Big Fish, Malcolm Stewart. So if you've got the Big Fish tonight, you're going to walk out of here with an autographed Malcolm Stewart jersey. And you know, if you know anything about Malcolm Stewart, you know he loves to fish.
He sure does, and he'll be representing that Mookie gear.
So the 22, Damian Holmes still out front. Looks like Easton Genst into second now on the 117. Logan Hale to third. We'll see if they're going to throw a line in down there tonight, Luke.
I didn't bring any gear. I should have brought one because I'd sure like to take my Mookie gear home with me. I do my fair share of fishing, but
there you go.
I don't think I could hold a candle in the wind with some of these kiddos out here.
Looks like Marcello Cruz Aedo still fronting in the fourth spot. On the 291, the Lashway Lumberback Ride. That's LJ Lashway in the fifth spot.
He's from your neighborhood, right?
That's right. LJ is one of the New England riders. I've been watching them. I've been watching LJ since he was on the 50s.
Isn't it fun when you spend time with those, right? And then down here in Texas, you're on the other side of the world.
Yep.
Getting to visit with them and talk with them and catch up.
Go down to the breakfast first morning in the hotel. Hey, there's his dad.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
Steve,
yeah.
what are you doing here, buddy?
Yeah. I get the same with a lot of the Montana riders that come down and get to visit with them, and it's just neat seeing them all over the United States and getting to spend time with them and then catch them at home as well. It's cool stuff.
So your leader coming through the inside.
It was neat watching Gness go across the whole shot line there, doing that fist pump. He was excited.
Come on, you got to be happy about that.
Heck yeah. Got that Yamaha power down through that sand and drove him into that number 1 spot early on. Still looking good out there in the number 2 spot. But Holmes on the double deuce Husqvarna turning a 2:19 last time through. That's the fastest lap of the race on lap 2.
Yeah, he's definitely got the pace. So Damian Holmes looking to keep himself ahead of everyone else out there right now. This is 450C 12-plus Division number 1. Division 2 next off the gate. 50cc 4 to 6 shaft drive riders, you should be in the staging area. And then we have sight laps coming up for races 15 through 21. Sight laps for races 15 through 21. If you want to do those, you need to be down in staging.
Don, I'm glad you keep remembering that sight lap stuff. It's so easy for me to forget that, multiple sight lap deals. And it's just incredible that your mind is able to keep all that stuff in there, because mine is just mushy and I don't know. I just kind of follow.
It's mostly just full of that and lyrics from old 70s heavy metal songs at this point. So, you know, it's just you try to retain what you can.
Right on, right on. Well, our race leader coming across on the double deuce, Damian Holmes. No, I don't know what he was doing there. It looked like he looked up to Jesus Cristo and gave him a thank you or something. He looked up to the heavens there on the coming across the finish line.
Just taking in the view.
Might as well, yeah.
He's like, hey, that cloud looks like a mushroom.
JP's blushing when you start talking about mushrooms. How you doing? And have a nice day.
Looks like we got a battle shaping up for that 5th spot right now. Marcelo Cruz Aedo has dropped down to 5th, and he's got Wade Navarro working on him as Lashway moves up to 4th.
So this is Heat 1, top 16. Going to transfer here. So Christopher Cook back there on the bubble. You got to make something happen.
Yeah, he's got to get around the 517 of Greenwall. And again, folks, want to remind you, make sure you make your way around the vendor area behind the start gate there. Make your way down Vendors Row. Say thanks to all of the companies, the vendors, the sponsors that come out here to support this race. You got to have a ton of help to make an event like this happen. And when you're here, you got to have folks to support all your riders. And without those vendors and those supporters, all those folks that are sponsoring this race, these things don't happen. So make your way down Vendor Row. Say thanks for everybody being here. And you know what? It's a good time to say hi to somebody, too. Lots of times nowadays you do that online thing. You send in resumes. You do this. You don't really get a whole lot of time to talk to somebody face-to-face. Go over, introduce yourself, say, hey, I'm so-and-so. This is what I've been doing. Thanks a lot for what you do for me. Or go over and say, hey, I'm so-and-so. I'm getting pretty good results. What do you think?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, do a little networking, baby. This is the time to do it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good insight. I mean, that's how you build relationships, is you actually just go shake hands, look them in the eye, build that relationship.
Yep.
And those built relationships down the line, could be soon, could be a little farther down the line, who knows. But nonetheless, it could work into your advantage for maybe some help down the road.
Oh, yeah.
But if nothing else, you're making friends and just conversing with people in the pits, and it's a beautiful thing.
No downside. No downside to it at all.
There's no loss to it at all.
So Damian Holmes going to put another lap in the books out front as he continues to go to work here. That's lap number 4.
Well, talking about all the vendors, you talked about it quite a bit yesterday. I just want to remind everybody all the hard work that the flaggers are doing out here. These flaggers are absolute rock stars. You cannot do this event without flaggers. Legally, you can't do it. So
no.
Without the flaggers out there blaving the elements and sitting out there all day long, going thirsty, going hungry, not being able to use the restroom at will, we're blessed to have these flaggers out here. So mad props to all you guys. Damian Holmes clicking off a 220 there out front in the second spot. On the 117, clicking off a 224. Hale turning 226 back there in third. Fourth place rider, Lashway, turning the 222. He's closest to competing with our race leader up there in the 220 zone. So keep an eye on Lashway. He might be headed forward.
Yeah, you know, I think he's got his eyes on the 17 of Hale, because when he came over the finish line, he was looking down the track. All right, where I got to be. So,
he's
you like to see that.
Podium.
Like to see that out of a rider.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
that's what you're right. He's thinking podium, baby.
Yep. Do himself a favor, man. It's gate pick, and then it's a two-moto format. So every position better. Ooh, rider almost goes down in the left down there.
Yeah, and that is Lashway making the pass to third. If he can get, I think he got him on the inside.
He heard us talking about him. Said,
there you go.
Right.
Says, that's that guy I hear all the time back home. I better do what he's saying.
Yeah, some get the announcer's curse, and some count it as a blessing. Hey, they're talking about me. I'm going to show them what I'm made of.
So it looks like solid charge towards the front there for Lashway as he's going to move himself to third. Damian Holmes still out front on that 2-2 ride as he's going to make his way over the FMF power wall. And it is going to be the white flag coming out. So final time around coming up for the 450C.
So Christopher Cook still back there in that number 17 spot. And he's got a pretty big gap up to Greenwell, so he needs somebody to have some sort of a mechanical or a tip over in order for him to go straight through.
Oh, just got to point out that Lashway running the two-stroke in this one, too. Love that sound.
I love it myself. I do get to do an event in Montana every year called the 32-to-1 Premix. It's primarily a two-stroke event, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Love it.
Echoing out through the countryside there, the two strokes, the blue hue. It's just a sweet, sweet sound.
Go home, buy yourself one of those candles that smells like premix.
Yeah.
Been trying to convince my wife that that's a romantic smell, but so far, not so much. Premix. She's crazy because she married me, but she's not that crazy. So your leader coming through the inside, heading to the Shock Sox S-turn here on the final lap. The 22 of Damian Holmes.
Looking really comfortable out there. Holmes out front. You know, he's just kind of out there all by himself. Gnest back there in second. Lashway in third. But Holmes just looks really comfortable. We've been talking about, position on the bike and riders' heads holding solid and all that stuff. And he's just looked really tidy and clean. So just a really solid 450C rider out there holding on that number one spot.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure his mechanic giving him the sign, you got a big gap, don't worry. All right, folks, the question on everyone's lips. Here is the answer. The last moto today will be race number 23 in the order. The 50cc 6-7 Limited will be the final moto today. Race number 23, 50cc 6-7 Limited. Last moto today. Tomorrow morning we'll pick up the race order at race 24. And we're on the white flag lap here for the 450C Division 1. So checkered flag out, Damian Holmes with the win. Easton Genst across the line second. And Larry Lashway, Lawrence Lashway on the 291 KTM going to hang on a third. Looking for Logan Hale. There's the 17 fourth. And Wade Navarro going to round out your top five. And that'll do it for 450C 12 plus Division 1. We've got Division 2 on the gate.
Damian Holmes finishes that one off with a 10-second margin over Gnest. Lashway 7 seconds behind him. Hale. Oh, I'm hearing RPMs. Here we go. Division 2 coming in hot. Looks like the 100, no surprise. Seeing the 100 out front here. He's been doing that kind of stuff all day. That's
there you go.
Ethan Full Throttle Waddle on the Kawasaki. So 450C Division 2 on the racetrack right now, race number 13. with Full Throttle Waddle showing him the fast way around early on here. And he is under pressure right now, and it looks like he may just gave up that number 1 spot. Not sure who that is just yet, but Full Throttle drops back into the number 2 spot.
Hey, he's good off the gate. And I'll tell you what, even if you don't hold that top spot, you gave yourself a great spot off the top. You know what I mean? You put yourself in a good position. Even if you lose a few spots, hey, maybe you're in 5th.
Right on.
That ain't a bad place to be.
Well, Ryder Simon just thought, I can think of a good place to be, and it's out front. So the 86 machine just went out front.
It's a better place.
Yeah,
it is a better place.
It's subjective, but I think Simon has concluded that he wants to be up there, and he has taken it. And Full Throttle Waddle relegated back to the number 3 spot now.
Well, he's a relatively young rider at 15, so he's got a little bit of learning to do. Not a bad thing to do is to know your limits.
Right.
You know what I mean? All right, I know I'm quick off the gate. Then I'm going to settle in, watch these guys who are a little quicker than me, learn a little bit. Not a bad thing to do.
Well, Paleologos right there on the back wheel of Ryder Simon right now. Or Paleologos in that number 2 spot.
Yeah, and we've seen him have some good races today, Luke.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's been turning some heads for sure, and he's putting the pressure on Ryder Simon right now. Simon out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. Paleologos out of Auburn, Alabama. 2 16-year-old riders. Paleologos on the Yamaha. Simon on the gas. And they are back in that 270 section. Waiting for him to materialize here. Looks like we're not going to see him again until they come up over the FMF Powerwall.
Yep, they'll be popping over that shortly. So once again, if you did not hear this earlier, the final moto today will be race number 23, 50cc 6 to 7 limited.
And there they come side by side. Look at that. Paleologos on the outside with Simon on the inside. It's going to be a drag race out of this corner. Paleologos is going to take that number 1 spot away on the Yamaha.
Oh, watch this section coming up, though.
It's Paleologos going to go inside. He goes inside. Simon's going to go outside. That outside line has been shown to be a little faster today, but Paleologos able to hold on.
Yeah, couldn't quite cut that corner as quickly as he needed to. Oh, the 116 of Rubalcaba came up short on the finish, and another rider just about skimmed his helmet going over the top. Like, I thought for sure we were going to see somebody land right on top.
Well, I got to watch his cousin, Jorge Rubalcaba, in the Kicker Arena Cross last weekend out there in Amarillo, put on a show. He kind of running in the top 10 out there in the Kicker Arena Cross stuff, but he had some close calls. Love the Rubalcaba crew. They spent a lot of time up at Oak Hill training up there for years, and
it's
great
a
to see
scary
them mixing it up.
thing there, scary thing.
So Paleologos out front, Ryder Simon in the number 2 spot, and Paleologos is actually starting to stretch it out, Don.
Yeah, he's getting away a little bit right now, and it looks like those top 2 are breaking away from the rest of the field. So if you're Paleologos, that's a good thing because you don't have to worry about a whole bunch of riders putting pressure on. You got one guy who you already are quicker than, so that's a good thing to be in the 19 Yamaha's position right now.
Well, Full Throttle Waddle back there in third. He's got Deegan Bloomfield on the number 94 machine breathing down his neck. He can hear him back there for sure right now.
Yep, and that's one of those things, again, where, you know what, measure where you're at and say, all right, look, can I really be faster than this guy?
Yep.
If not, don't put yourself on the ground trying to do it.
And this is 450C class, so these are, guys, a lot of these guys on really big bikes, and their skill set may not be quite up there. So the mentality that you're talking about, sometimes they're just not thinking that far up the road yet. It's just go as fast as you can, as long as you can, and whatever happens, happens. Yeah. And,
sometimes what happens is things you don't want to have happen.
Yeah. Well, and some of these guys have never probably ridden on a racetrack this rough in their life,
It's a rough one today. It's
a
a little rough at this point in the day.
And you get the local racers that come out on the weekend warrior weekend races kind of deal. They just don't get to experience this kind of stuff. Some of these guys might just be wide-eyed and blown away out there at the moment. But I'll tell you who's not is Paleologos out front on the 19 Yamaha, turning a 2:17.5 that time through. We'll see what the gap is when Simon comes across. 4.4 seconds now is the gap back to Simon. So Paleologos, after making the move, he's continued to stretch the ground out over Simon.
Well, we got a little bar banging going on here between the 36 of Withrow and it looked like the 116 of Rubalcaba, or I'm sorry, the 817. So this goes coming to that switchback. A little bar banging happening there.
A little paint swapping action.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get to know somebody a little bit up close and personal.
Right on.
You pull alongside and go, what brand grip are you using? Let me just bang into you here.
Well, this is heat number 2 of 450C. Race number 13 on the track right now. Race number 14 is going to be 51cc 4 to 6 shaft drive. Always a fun one to watch, them shaft drive PW bikes.
Love it.
Yeah, one of my favorite races to watch.
That's where it all starts, the bobbleheads.
Yeah, they are not the future of the sport. They're out there mixing it up on the same track that our top pros are mixing it up on today. They're not the future. They are the current.
That's it. They are here.
So it looks like Full Throttle Waddle really starting to come under pressure from the 94 machine right now. It looks like Deegan Bloomfield has decided he's going to try to make the move.
He's closing in on him. And you know what? Right now it looks like Waddle is doing the right thing. He's just focused forward.
Yeah.
So he's going to run his laps. He's going to run his lines. Hey, let's face it. If Bloomfield gets him, he gets him. Again, just get those laps done, get that experience. You're going to get better every single race. Unless you're me.
Well,
and then you get worse every single race.
Well, there is a point in life
somehow
where I think
made
it
a backwards decline. Oh, no, this was when I was young.
Oh, well, so you did used to race?
No, I don't think you could really call it racing. I rode.
Right. That's kind of the category
I was on a
in.
track a couple of times. I wasn't really racing anybody.
Right.
Trying to stay up.
Those who can do, those who can't announce.
Well, I'll tell you, this is how far back this goes because I was racing on a Penton. 125.
Oh, they were still square-wheeled back then.
Yeah. Yep. And this is a track that you may not even know the name of because it was one of the national tracks originally, Pine Top.
Not familiar.
It's a ski area in Rhode Island.
Wow.
That was on the schedule back in the late 70s.
Pine Top. Yeah, I can tell you. I've never heard of it. Well, look at there. Paleologos and Simon both turning 221s now.
Yeah, they're
moving. Paleologos turning 221. Waddle up into second. What happened to Simon?
Looked like Simon had a little trouble there. He's at a 230, so he must have had a little miscue on that 86 gas.
Apparently.
And you know what? Good. That was good luck for Ethan Waddell as he's on the 100, put himself in position to take advantage.
Well, we were looking for Bloomfield to make the move on Full Throttle Waddle, and all of a sudden Waddle's up there in second place with a 0.7.
Yeah.
I thought it was a 7-second margin. So he's right in front of Simon. So this could end up being a 3-bike battle for second place coming down to the wire.
Yeah, here they come into that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Sure enough. So it looks like Simon has moved back around Waddle.
Oh, the 21 ghost rides the whip.
Got a rider down here on the finish line jump, the number 21 machine. He is back up and on top of the bike.
Yeah. He just came over the top of that jump, and the front wheel kept on going up, and the back tire didn't. So,
sick feeling. Well, he took a pretty good digger there, but it didn't take him long to jump back up, get up on top of the bike. So great to see that.
Nope. They're young. They just bounce off the ground.
Yeah. Got preoccupied with that. What happened with that battle between Waddle, Simon, and Bloomfield? Here they are right here.
Yeah, right here. So it looks like they haven't really had any change in the position there. I don't think Simon got around Waddle yet. So your leader going to make his way up and over the FMF Powerwall. There's the 19 of Kyle Paleologos.
So it looks like Simon has made the move. Where's Waddle? Waddle back there in fourth now. The 94 machine of Deegan Bloomfield moves up into third, where Waddle relegated back to fourth.
Well, he had those riders working on him for a bit there, and like you said, when we saw Ryder go backwards there, Simon went backwards after a little cue. He was still right on the back tire of the 100, so that kind of stuff can happen quickly.
Well, Simon up into that number 2 spot. Bloomfield now into that final podium position with Full Throttle Waddle back there in fourth. Withrow in fifth, followed by Lisby, Carter, Alfano, Ford, Christie, Majors, Mills, Rubalcalva, Moe, Brown, Cole, Meyer. Well, Cole is our final transfer there in this heat number 2. Top 16 transfer through. Jack Mills coming across back there in 12th, waiting for Iram Rubalcaba to come through. The Rubalcaba crew coming down from the Mexico City area years ago. There's a Ram coming across. So it looked like Jaden Brown made the move around Iram. So Rubalcaba relegated back to 14th.
Yeah, he's going to run out of time, too. If he's in 14th, he doesn't have a whole lot of time to make up ground because it looks like the white flag is in hand here.
Well, he's in a transfer. He's probably just going to settle in there. I got a sneaky feeling he's probably not in moto shape, so he probably ain't got a whole lot of charge left in him. Let's just try to hang on for the next lap or so. And
stay where you are.
Yeah, not lose any more positions. Looks like it's 11 seconds back to his next competitor in 15th. And then 13 back to Mayer. All he's really got to do right now is just kind of maintain and not go down.
That's it. Keep yourself where you are. Looks like that is, is that the 19? Did Peleologos?
It looks like Peleologos may have went down.
Yeah, there's the 94 Bloomfield going by him.
Enough.
So that's going to put the 100. No, it's going to put the 86 Ryder Simon out front.
Simon out front. They're coming up over the power wall. There comes Simon through the 12-pack. Out front, Britt Lambert got the white flag in hand. 1 lap to go. So Simon out front here.
Yeah, the 86 with the lead. Peleologos on the 19 holds on to second. And Bloomfield third. Waddell fourth. Should be coming towards the.
He's coming over 6 right now.
He's coming over 6 right now.
So there's the 86 coming through the Shock Sox S-turn rider Simon, able to grab the lead after a miscue there for the 19 of Kyle Peleologos. And the 19 Yamaha on the charge. He's trying to get back around him, but unlike the Rolling Stones, time is not on his side.
It is not on his side. They got about a third of a lap to go now with Ryder Simon looking really solid out front. And
making the most of that little opportunity there. But look, it looks like Peleologos coming after him.
Through loop 270 down there. And you're right, boy. Peleologos has got the bit between his teeth. He's charging hard through that left-hand sweeper. And reeling him in.
This might come down to the 12-pack, Luke.
I think it's going to. Look at this. What in the world is going on? Peleologos is just on the throttle stop on that Yamaha.
Yeah, going for it.
Yeah, going full tilt right now. He is trying to take that number 1 position back away from Ryder Simon.
Here we go. Going to come to the top of Cemetery Hill. And they're going to launch the FMF Powerwall almost side by side. Here we go. Here's the run to the checker.
Here it comes. Through the 12-pack. Simon still out front. He's going to go.
Simon
he goes down hard. Simon back on his feet, sprinting to the motorcycle.
Whoa.
What a tough cowboy. Impressive stuff.
All right. Bloomfield will get second. Waddell will get third. And Simon will hang on to fourth after a wild ride through the 12-pack.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Tough kid.
Whew. Yeah, and he was up and running back to the bike before he stopped moving.
Before things – he didn't even take a chance to take an inventory to see if he was still alive.
He's like, I see the checkered flag. I'll worry about that later.
His feet were running in the air before he finished. Yeah, I mean, before they hit the ground, his feet were headed to the bike.
Well, there you go. Exciting finish to that one. Kyle Peleologos gets the lead back with about 12 feet to go. Oh, down goes another rider in the rollers. Oh, and he is down hard.
Rider down here in the 12-pack, and just
494. And that looks like the 494, yeah, Keenan Majors, who went
Lifting.
for an awful ride at the end of that roller section. We saw the 86 Ryder Simon go down in that same spot. So once you get off the rhythm in that little inside line, boy, it is a hard row to hoe. And it looks like they're going to take a moment here to take care of that rider on the 494 as Keenan Majors going down hard at the end of the roller section.
Well, and he's just coming back from a pretty serious injury, so tough row to hoe for him.
Hate to see that.
Yeah, lift up the family out there. Prayers for Majors as he's laying out there in the dirt. Dad up here in the tower, he ran down, and he's there with him now. So tough stuff. He went down really hard. Got to see him kind of tumbling through there. Fortunately, there's some pretty soft dirt in that section, and that can be a difference maker. But
let's hope so.
Yeah.
So 450C Heat 2 completed here. We're going to have the 50cc 4-6 shaft drive coming off the gate next, but we have track staff out there, EMTs out there taking good care of that rider who's gone down, Keenan Majors. And they're going to go ahead and put him, it looks like they're going to go ahead and put him on that backboard out of an abundance of caution. Make sure everything is all right. So our thoughts certainly go with Keenan, and we'll be back with the racing action in just a few minutes.
Hey, a big shout out to Sean Roden, Dr. Sean Roden with Next Generation Healthcare. He's over there taking care of a lot of racers. Went over there and visited with him. Courtney Miller is over there getting adjusted. And there were plenty of racers over there. So big shout out to Sean Roden. Great job taking care of all the staff and the racers here in attendance. So if you have some ailments, you need to be stretched, adjusted. Stretching those muscles is very important. Go over and see Sean Roden.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew with class-leading comfort for 6. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger plus tougher plus smarter must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew, with class-leading comfort for six. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new
All new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew with class-leading comfort for 6. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission, featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The lineup, kind of the left side of the Red Bull Doghouse to the end, which would be our outside.
Yeah, it's
So
confidence.
That tells you confidence. He realizes, okay, I got a little job at hand here to get around, either sweep in, knife in, or sweep around the outside. But we're about to see how this shakes down. If you're watching live right now on Freestone MX's YouTube channel, you are seeing the sight lap, a big sight lap with about 7 classes inside the sight lap. Then we're going to jump into race 15, which is the 125 All-Star 12 to 17 age group. And we're going to go to race number 23 today. Race 23 will be the final moto of the day.
Yep.
And then we'll jump over to the big pond for the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament.
Oh, yeah. Because he was going to pull out them big fish. And, folks, we need to see the fish come out of the water, just in case you were thinking of running down to the Publix and grabbing yourself a 20-pound salmon.
All right.
We've got to see that fish come out of the water, so no frozen fish allowed. Also, no putting weights inside the fish. This is not a national bass tournament here. Let's all keep it fair.
That's right.
As you've seen that happen.
Wow. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, fishermen are the biggest liars we've ever met in our lives, right? I mean, every fish is 4 pounds heavier than
I was going to say, the original definition of a lie was a fish story.
Fisherman.
So, but yeah, that's going to be some good fun down there. And don't forget, the folks from Husqvarna going to have the Husqvarna hot chocolate and marshmallows to warm up all those fishermen and fisher ladies down there. So you can head on down there, grab some hot chocolate, catch yourself a fish, and who knows, you might be the one that goes away with the signed Malcolm Stewart jersey if you're the winner of the big fish. So sight laps underway here. Once again, got to send a big shout-out of thanks to all of the event sponsors who helped to make this happen. Make sure you stop by and say hi to all of them out in the pits. And the crooks, attention, Honda Red Riders. This year's Freestone Series is supported by the Honda Red Rider Rewards Contingency. For details on payout structures and to register, visit the Honda Red Rider Rewards Contingency webpage. And be sure to share your photos on social media using the hashtag RideRed and, of course, hashtag JS7 Freestone. Got to talk a little bit about that Talon 1000R, the side-by-side sport. You can sweep dunes, go to thirsty lake beds, explore all you want, and bring somebody else along for the ride. That's why you need the Honda Talon 1000R, the new authority on high-speed tracking and large bump absorption. Nothing gets engine power to the ground better than Honda's exclusive 6-speed automatic dual-clutch tranny. So the Honda Talon 1000R, make sure you check it out. And, of course, big thanks to the folks from Parts Unlimited and Thor, presenting sponsors here for the 2023 James Stewart Spring Freestone Championship, part of the American Motocross Series. And, of course, like I said, the presenting sponsors, Parts Unlimited and Thor, they've been a part of things at Freestone here right from the beginning. Can't say it thank you enough to those folks.
Yep, since day one, basically, they've affiliated themselves with Freestone and couldn't do all these things without great companies like that. And rest in peace, Fred Fox, with Parts Unlimited, the president, passed away about 2 weeks ago. One of the icons.
Giant in the industry.
Giant in the industry, you're right. One of the icons.
And his son, Jeff.
Yep.
I met Jeff so many times. We always talked. He was such a laid-back, nice guy. Hey, how's it going? He was a giant. I was an ant. But, it was cool. He was fun to hang out with.
They're good people, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's J.P. Parsons' line of work for people that don't realize. He's been a small distribution company since 1982 and has worked hand in hand with guys like Parts and the reps and all the dealerships. But
well, most of the reps out there worked for me at one time.
Sure.
Larry Hughes is one of them.
Yeah, they all worked for J.P. and they all quit within 3 weeks.
Nah.
They're like, I got to make better life choices.
Yeah. It was 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
6-pack.
Hey, you only needed temp work anyway. You need it for 2 months. Get them out of here.
That's right.
That way you don't have to pay unemployment, JP.
Hey, independent reps, they get all the employment they can get.
But, yeah, folks, all kidding aside, it takes a ton of folks to make this event happen, and we want to send a big shout-out to Parts Unlimited and Thor, presenting sponsors for this event as long as I can remember and being involved in Freestone here right from the day one. Big thanks to all the motocross manufacturers as well. Cobra, Honda, Husqvarna, Kawasaki, KTM, Suzuki, Yamaha, and Gas, all providing contingency support. The folks from Stasic, 100%, Rocky Mountain ATV, MC, FMF, and Dunlop. And, of course, all of the folks working the event as well. Takes a ton of folks to make this happen, and we want to say thanks to all of them.
It takes an army, Don, and you know this. You've announced for a long time. People watching online and people here just concentrating on their motos because they're racing, they really don't pay attention to everything else that goes on, the banners that get hung, the sponsorship contracts that evolved previous years before.
And the
here we go.
125's coming out of the gate.
Here we go, 125 All-Star. Oh, big pileup. All right, out front with the early
Cody
lead.
Harrington. Followed by William Canniger and the 117. No, 117. 177? Yamaha, K. Johnson.
K. Johnson. So Harrington, Canniger, and Johnson set the pace here. J.P. Parsons, your top three early on here as they make their way through J.P. Parsons' favorite part of the track, the twist and shout section of the track.
And here comes your leaders up the Dunlop drag strip. And it should be Canniger and Harrington out front. I don't know how he saved that going through that berm turn. Almost dragged the handlebars.
Harrington in second, 6:47. It looks like Luke Fowler has made his way up into third, and Kay Johnson back there in fourth, the 177. Thank you, Don Collins, for calling some numbers here for us. And if I'm a gambling man, I'm betting on Luke Fowler moving to the front. He has moved from third up to second place, and we watched him earlier, a couple times earlier today. So Luke Fowler, the man on the mission here at Freestone on race day number 1. So Fowler out of Midland, Pennsylvania, aboard the KTM, Orange Brigade, Troy Lee Designs, 100% goggles, PR2, Dunlop, Alpine Stars, and many others, moves up into second position behind the 708 of William Conager. Conager comes by way of Marysville, Pennsylvania. So a pair of Pittsburgh Steeler and Pittsburgh Pirate and Philadelphia Eagle racers here. And they don't get along, you're right. Not the racers, they might. I have no clue, but the NFL teams.
All right, your leaders hit that alphabet power wall and through the Texas 12-pack.
Whoa, what a save. Sorry about that, JP. We almost had a major endo with a 708. He saved it. I don't know how he saved it. Johnson up to third. Cody Harrington, JP, the 647, back to fourth, with Ryder Thompson in Trinity Bacello in fifth. Is that Bacello? Trinity Bacello? Bacello in fifth. Ryder Thompson sixth. Thomas Tiger Woods in seventh. Sage Powers eighth. Jesse Furtado ninth. Franklin Bosher in 10th. Nathan Abbott 11th. Kai Gentry in 12th. Adler Cottle, a mysterious 13th position here on the opening lap after we talked about the starts. Probably got caught up in the start. Ryan Hadley 14th, Kai Burgee in 15th, Nathaniel Orr 16th, Justin Turner back there in 17th, Noah Voss in 18th, Sebastian Gonzalez 19th. Rounding out your top 20 here is going to be Jonathan Yelton. Hang on, JP. Rounding out your top 20 here is Jonathan Yelton. They're on the opening lap in 20th position.
All right, Luke Fowler makes the move into the first slot as they go through the shock cistern down the Freestone Freeway. It's the KTM rider once again out front. Kate Johnson in third.
So it's Trinity Bachelor. Our sheet gets cut off. We don't see the R, so I was trying to make sense of Bacello, but it's Bachelor. Kate Johnson moves up to third. As J.P. Parsons says, the pass has been made by the 462 of Luke Fosser. And William Conager, the 708 on the Husqvarna, goes back to second. And we're going to see if Kate Johnson, Johnson's only been on the 125 now for a little over 2 months, just before the Texas Winter Series. In fact, at New Year's Eve weekend, he wasn't here, I don't believe, at round 1. I think they were still wanting to kind of get dialed in on the 125, so just coming off the Super Minis. No, Kate Johnson, but he's a great announcer. He has filled in for J.P. Parsons up here, and I threatened to fire JP and fire Kay Johnson. He wanted to ride, though, still. He's kind of young. Yeah.
All right, here comes your leader through the VMAX switchback. It's the KTM rider, Luke Fowler. And still second place, it's the 708. William Conager moving back. Kay Johnson back to fourth.
Ryder Thompson moves up from sixth up to third. Puts Kay Johnson back to fourth, JP.
Wow, what a jump with Thompson.
Well, you got to go fast if your name is Ryder.
Well, that's true.
So he's back in sixth the last lap. He moves up to third. He makes Kay Johnson slide back to fourth, JP. So we're going to see if Conager has anything for Luke Fosser. The gap has already opened to about 4 seconds here early on lap number 3.
And Fowler around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree down through the Dunlop drop is pulling away from second place. The 708 Husqvarna rider, William Conager.
And I tell you what, Thomas Wood now starting to put some pressure on Kay Johnson. So Tiger Woods, the gas mounted rider, the 43, down in the Dunlop drop, putting some pressure on the rear fender of Kay Johnson. So the battle for fifth and fourth slowly starts to tighten up here, J.P. Parsons. Meanwhile, Fowler starting to stretch out his lead here. He's got about a 4.5 second gap as he launches off the number 8 ski jump into the Suzuki Sweeper, the Loop 270, the Valley of Love. He'll make his way over to the Bud Moore Throttle new section of the track. And then Team Cramp Corner. Well, it's Bud Moore worked a section, Courtney, over there after the Sweeper before you get to Team Cramp Corner, we had a meeting about 2:45 a.m. on Thursday night,
Well,
or
everyone
whatever,
was asleep.
and we decided we're going to come up with a new section name for Bud Moore Throttle. I think he deserves that. Bud Moore's been around a long time, a Texas legend in racing himself, and has trained a lot of kids, and their family is committed, and we all know that, so we're going to try to make that stick. That was going to be the J.P. Parsons Have a Nice Day tabletop, but he lived, so we give that section to Bud Moore.
You guys are so supportive. Don't worry, retribution is in the future, and have a nice day. And who's having a nice day? It's the 462 and Luke Fowler.
Cheer that, Courtney. I know. Cheer that.
So Luke Fowler out front. William Canniger second. Ryder Thompson third. Kay Johnson fourth. Thomas Wood fifth. Adler Cottle moving up in the sixth. Keep your eye on the number 86 of Adler Cottle.
Jonathan Yelton moves on up, or actually slides on back. No, he moves on up back to 15th from 17th. So 28 entries here. It is all Fowler. Luke Fowler, the 462 on the KTM Orange Brigade backed effort.
Right now, there's your leader. Over number 6 through the shock cistern, making it look easy. Right here at Freestone Raceway for the 13th annual James Stewart Spring Championship in Wortham, Texas. As he heads down the Freestone Freeway, hits the Blake Bag berm, and then launches over the number 7 Kawasaki step up. And down to number 8 downhill ski jump into loop 270, the Suzuki sweeper. It's Mr. KTM Luke Fowler.
Little drone footage here by the Area 51 Films crew. There's the 97 of Braden Mills battling with Carson Gearhart back there for 26 and 27 spots. We got battles going on, JP, all over the track.
Well, 125 action at its finest. You know, you got to love it.
The closest battle here is between Tiger Woods and Kay Johnson back there in 4th and 5th position. Literally less than a second separated those two riders on the last lap.
So Luke Fowler through the VMAX switchback over the finish line tabletop into the James Stewart ski jump. Takes that outside line. Canniger still in the second slot, followed by Ryder Thompson on the 451. Kay Johnson on the 177, followed by Adler Cottle.
No, that's the 43, Thomas Wood.
Thomas Wood, then Adler Cottle.
Yeah, here's Adler Cottle on the 86. Yamaha EBR backed effort, followed by the 218. Trinity Bachelor. We're sorry that we butchered that name, but we did not see the R. There is not one, you're right. That's why I like.
So right now, Luke Fowler with about a 5-6 second lead over second place, Husqvarna mounted William Canniger.
Ryan Hadley comes through just inside that top 20 there in about 18th, 17th position. So Fowler, about a 7-second gap over Conniger. JP, he looks just absolutely flawless here. This is not the first time for him to win a moto today. on his way to winning a moto. White flag is out, barring any unforeseen crazy circumstance.
Yes, that is. That is the bold statement. Of course, Luke Fowler, under the tutelage of Daniel Blair, is setting the tone as he goes over the number 6 roller into the Shock Sox S-turn.
Yep.
And throttles down the Freestone Freeway into the Blake Baggett berm.
And JP Johnson now slowly closing in on Ryder Thompson. So, you know, here's the thing. Give Kate Johnson another 8 months under this 125. By the time Loretta Lynn rolls around, or maybe after Loretta Lynn, just in the next year or so, Johnson's really going to get this 125 dialed in.
Yeah, like I said, he's got to be one of the tiniest guys out there on the 125s now, making the jump up.
So Thomas Wood in the 5th. Adler Cottle went from 10th or 11th up to 6th, so he's kind of been on the man of move, just as Justin Turner did. I figured Turner should be in that top 4, top 5 spot. I think I told Luke Navarro a little while ago. He's slowly working his way back up, but, you know, it's just a little too late, so to speak, in this 125 All-Star class. That's why it's called All-Star. All these kids are not slow whatsoever. Tyler Hawk and Cole Coker just inside your top 20. We got some great aerial drone footage here by the Area 51 crew as our leader takes you off the number 8 ski jump into the Loop 270 Valley of Love. We do not recommend you kids try that at home. And look at the ruts. That's 18 different ruts through that Suzuki sweeper. It's literally a 270-degree turn, right, JP? 270-degree turn.
Yep, that is the measurement.
It's the valley. We call it the Valley of Love. Yeah, a little hitting some kicker action through Team Cramp Corner, and that is where it all went down during the Outdoor National Motocrosses. It was so bad we can't really even discuss the details. But Mike Hance is listening in. Hance and Charlene Campbell and the rest of the crew with the Team Cramp. We might see them possibly tomorrow.
And I'll give a shout-out to Bobby White out in Arizona Cycle Park.
Checkered flag is going to wave J.P. Parsons for our first moto winner here in the 125 All-Star, 12 to 17 age group. Luke Fowler, William Conager, who grabbed the whole shot and led early on. A solid ride for Conager. Yep, big shout-out to Bobby White at AZ Arizona Cycle Park.
He goes, man, I'm listening to you guys. It sounded great. All the way – to Phoenix, Arizona. Actually,
to Buckeye, Arizona.
It's out in the middle of the desert.
That is Don Collins' favorite place on earth. He liked the prison. There's a prison right next to it.
High-tech federal prison.
It's a federal prison. And
I just figured that would be where I would end up someday, Shan, so I thought, you know what, that looks kind of nice.
What were you going to say, Luke?
All right, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, race 16, our 65cc 7 to 11 division number 1.
Yeah, Cade Nightingale, Chase Brennan, Zeke Niswanger, Zach Wiles, Aiden Held. Who's that? And it's the 452. Okay, Cade Nightingale, the Nightmare out front. With John Everett Pastro to Austin, Texas. There in second place. That's a long one. Smooth MX. Yeah, John Everett Pastro. So it's the Nightmare. Cade Nightingale to Mounds, Oklahoma on the Yamaha. Dunlop Bell, 100%. Moose, Alpine Stars back to effort. And his dad Kyle and mom Mandy and little sister Reese Nightingale are going to be lining the fence somewhere. Extremely ecstatic, JP. So this is 65cc 7 to 11 age group division number 1. And, JP, we have seen Cade Nightingale win in his young career here. He's 10 years old now, but I remember when Cade was on a PW50, thank you, Luke, was on a PW50. It is Waylon Ballinger out of Cairo, Georgia on the gas has moved up to second position, and the race is on. You can throw a paper towel over third, fourth, fifth, and sixth as they are all coming over the number 6 step up. Meanwhile, the Nightmare, Cade Nightingale, has disappeared through the Shock Sox S-turn and is leaving the rest of the racers here to battle for second position in this division, JP. So it looks like it's Landon McBride, followed by Dax Wiles and the 89 of Waylon Ballinger. Thank you there, Mr. Don Collings. Cade Nightingale, a previous Bell Golden Helmet Award winner. Nightingale making his way through the team cramp corner. It is the 4 on the factory Yamaha amateur backed effort National Sheriff's Association. Now he's coming through the team cramp corner. It is Cade Nightingale, number 4, out front, leading the charge here in Division number 1. I'm going to take a look here, JP, a quick peek over to Division 2 to see Jaden Smart, Jackson Vick, Cash Tucker, Gavin Wazen, Bryant Rollins, just to name a few. Braden Krieglow, Easton
Wellesley.
Graves.
All right, over the finish line, tabletop through the James Stewart ski jump. It's the 4. Yamaha mounted Cade Nightingale.
With Chase Brennan in tow there in second position. Brennan about 4 seconds off the pace from Nightingale. Landon Lee up into third. Waylon Ballinger in fourth. Anderson Throttle Waddell in fifth. Colt Whitaker in sixth. Connor Vargas seventh. Eighth place is going to be Craven Earl. Eli Herrick there in ninth. And rounding out your top 10 here on the opening lap is going to be Liam Asselin. Not sure how you pronounce that. Asselin. Dax Wiles. John Everett Pastro slides on back to 12th. Excellent start for Pastro. Started second, JP. Not quite going to have the pace that the front runners have there. So I'm being told he did have a little tip over. So a little error and a mistake, and you cannot have that in these divisions in the 65, 7-11 age group. Your top 10, top 5 riders are just putting in a blistering pace, and then you got to have the second division. They're going to do the same. So Pastro now with a 12th would probably get could be a 20th or 24th gate pick.
So Cade Nightingale hits the Blake Baggett berm, but on the inside is Chase Brennan, and followed by Landon Lee. As they go over the number 7 Kawasaki step up, they'll make that 118-degree turn to the number downhill ski jump number 8 into Loop 270, the Suzuki Sweeper.
And JP, Landon Lee has not let Chase Brennan disappear out of his sight. And to Brennan's credit, he has not let Nightingale disappear. He's just about 4 seconds back. So if Nightingale was to have the slightest of bobble, which is very rare, now knock on wood, the announcer's jinx, Brennan there to capitalize on any mistake that Nightingale may have. Oh.
No, I think it may be.
Okay.
So it looks like, and we'll confirm that in just a minute.
We will know here in a minute as they make their way through.
No, you can check, because Cade Nightingale's got that red gear on, just like the factory star riders. So it's
But
very
that was
easy to
Chase
spot.
Brennan. It was Chase Brennan that dropped the bike. So Landon Lee, Nightingale was so far out in front. Landon Lee has moved up to second, JP.
Yep.
Chase Brennan dropping the bike. Just a little subtle mistake there. Ballinger in fourth. And Waddell back there in fifth position. Actually, Waddell moves up to fourth. Craven Earl slides up to fifth here on this last lap.
So as Luke just informed me, Landon Lee just set the fastest lap time at 2:37 on lap number 2. Cade Nightingale out front with a 2:38 and a 2:37 for Landon Lee with the fast lap time.
Cade Nightingale can ride this track literally blindfolded. He could be blindfolded, still get around this track at a relatively easy pace.
Chad, I was looking at it. He's 10 years old now, and I remember when he was on 50s.
He was 4
years old. Of course, on that world-famous Yamaha PW50.
Yep, PW50. He would sometimes have a pink helmet on. A past Bell Golden Helmet Award winner is Cade Nightingale. And he is making his way through the Shock Socks S-turn down the Freestone Freeway into Baggett's Berm.
And check out the drone footage from Area 51.
Kenzie Watnett out there, the 716, back in 25th spot, getting her feet wet here in the 65 711 Division number 1. Watnett will definitely be seeing in the consolation race. Aiden McKitty back there, the micro missile in 19th position. That's kind of slightly uncharacteristic. J.P. Parsons, McKitty, the micro missile back in 19th position, just outside that top 16. Kind of has me scratching my head wondering what has taken place with Aiden McKitty.
You're always scratching your head.
Well, I know.
On another note, we have a lost phone up here at the Stasek Tower, so check your pockets and call me.
Don, does that kind of surprise you, Aiden McKitty back there?
The second lost phone of the event. But, yeah, I'm surprised because McKitty was up front earlier in the race. So, but, again, at this point in the day, anything can happen. It can reach up and grab you. These small bikes can just get dragged over. So we'll see where he comes around here.
Okay, we're being told that he's kind of slightly injured, a little nagging injury.
Nothing worse than having a nagging injury at the age of 8.
yeah, exactly.
Because that's going to be a lot of nagging going on for the rest of your days, my brother.
Just look what he's got forward to look to.
Exactly. That poor guy.
Yep, you should just limp over to their pit, JP, and go, this is your future.
Well, I would have, but now I have more optimism.
See that? You got a longer future.
That's right.
Yes, we do.
So battles continue all the way through the pack. Waldell and the 52 of Pastereau going at it for 8th. As Dax Wiles going to move up, it looks like, into the 9th spot. Following the number 3 of Chase Brennan there on your live stream screen. Working that deep section. Look at those ruts. You can really get a good idea of exactly what these riders are dealing with right now. As you see this drone footage following this young racer around, and it is just absolutely up to the knees deep with those ruts.
Chase Brennan, just a fantastic job here. Bike number 3 on your screen. If you're watching on the Freestone YouTube channel, you're taking a ride here with Chase Brennan. He gets through the Shock Socks S-turn, makes his way down into Baggett's Berm, but you can see that 65cc frame, the suspension dialing in, his leg is out, climbing up out of the rut. These are little athletes, Don. It's incredible what these 65cc riders can do.
That's actually the second time he did it. He did it on the last lap, too, and that was the number 14. Which Landon Lee has dropped back to 23rd, 24th.
Yeah, Landon Lee with an outstanding ride earlier, you know, inside that top 5. He was in 3rd, I believe, at one point. Landon Lee was probably in 3rd.
3rd off the gate.
Brennan had made the pass, put Landon Lee back. So, unreal. How about John Everett Pastro? He finds himself still in 8th after a great start. Eli Herrick in 11th, Liam Asselin in 10th. Jay Secanetti in 12th position. Ashton Taylor in 13th. Aiden Held 14th. Pair of Aidens. Aiden McKitty back in 15th. And Daxton Gibbs on the Cobra in 16th in the bubble.
And the white flag has come out for your leader. Through the James Stewart ski jump, the 4 of Cade Nightingale. And Chase Brennan on the KTM in 2nd place.
Yeah, solid run on the final lap here. Brennan's been doing some good work all moto long, but boy, Cade Nightingale's just lights out fast.
That's why he's the nightmare. He's a nightmare to everybody he lines up against.
Look at the lap time. 12 seconds faster on each lap.
20 seconds ahead.
Yep, that's
he's on his way to Earl and Pearls.
That's it. So they're getting a swirl right now.
Yep, Earl and Pearl swirl.
You got to know that Mandy, Kyle, and little sister Reese Nightingale are just ecstatic. And I tell you what, Reese Nightingale, the little sister to Cade Nightingale, she is Cade's biggest fan. Big brother is a hero in her eyes.
She was a winner at the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament one year, if my memory serves me.
You know what? I think you're right. We'll ask him when we see him come through the tunnel.
Yeah. I believe that was the case. Well, we'll see him down there tonight. Hopefully we'll see all you folks down there. The big pond for the Malcolm Stewart FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament.
You know, hey,
6 o'clock.
Speaking of that, guys, if you have never been to the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, it is so enjoyable to watch the 3-year-old, 4-year-olds fish all the way up to whatever age it is.
I remember Parker Fleming was the first winner at that deal, and that was when we had the pond. We used the pond behind the old barn.
That's right.
Back over here. And Parker Fleming back in 2008 was the first winner. I took a shot of him for Whole Shot Magazine. He's holding up a little 5-ounce bass, you know. But that's a long-time tradition now, 15 years, 16 years of the Big Kahuna FMF Malcolm Stewart Fishing Tournament. That'll come at 6 p.m. tonight, folks. So we encourage you to make your way over to the big pond. Zoe Moore, are you going to be over there? Yep. All right. I'll be emceeing it, Zoe. So make us proud, okay? Go over there. And
their crib's right over there, bud.
She did. She caught a bluegill that was 7 pounds.
Yikes.
We be
fish.
fish frying that thing.
All right, here's your leader out of the 12-pack, and the checkered flag going to come out. That'll be the race win for the number 4, the Yamaha Dunlop Bell 100% Moose Alpine Starbacked Ride. Cade Nightingale with the win.
So Kyle Nightingale, Dad, is about to come through the tunnel. I'm going to ask him if she won the fishing tournament. So great ride there by Cade Nightingale, number 4.
Yeah, Chase Brennan going to hang on to the second spot. Looks like it's going to be Waylon Ballinger in third.
Hey, Kyle, we got a question for you. Did Reese win the fishing tournament last year? No? Okay. Was it the year before, or are we just imagining things? Yeah, we're loco. He said, no, you are crazy.
Why are you checking the facts when we make stuff up? We know it's made up.
Yeah.
It's a good story. Why are you messing up a good story, Shan?
That's right. I don't know. I don't
Spend
want to
all
confuse her.
this time building up a good lie.
I don't want to confuse
go and
Reese.
Mess it up.
I don't want to confuse Reese. Did I win last year, Dad?
Yeah, well, that would have been a good thing. She'd have been like, yeah, that's right, I did.
We're going to jump over here into division number
Nothing worse
2, the 65-711. What, Don?
Ruining a good story with the truth, Shan.
I know. I should know better than that. Luke, you want in on this division 2? So division number 2 coming up, Jaden Smart, Yeager St. Croix, Austin Keller, Jackson Vick, Weston Otto, Cash Tucker, Dylan Graham, Gavin Welson, James Gomez, Kyler Pruitt, the 173 out of Pittsburgh, Texas, Jace Carpapina, Axel Roberts, Rayson Kyler, Thor Thrasher, Bryant Rollins, Race Matson, Hayden Murphy, Chance Olberg out of Colorado, Oliver Abreu, Cameron Swan, Eden Steinbrecker, thank you. Easton Graves with the whole shot, number 31, Brody Bircher, Brayton Krieglu, Ryden Morgan. And it's Easton Graves out front, the 31. What am I saying, Winston?
Looks like the 70 machine moving into that number 1 spot. Shan Garcia, Jackson Vick taking over the number 1 spot right around Highland Village, Texas.
I know.
It's a battle right now going down the hill there into that left-hander.
It's Jackson Vick putting the pressure on Easton Graves. So great start by Graves out of Walker, Louisiana on the KTM. 7 Dunlop tires, Bell helmets, Rocky Mountain ATVMC, Pro Taper, VP Race Fuels. The sponsor listed here for Easton Graves. And Jackson Vick has made his way around Easton Graves. That is this year's Bell Golden Helmet Award winner for the Texas Winter Series. Shared that story yesterday with you, Luke and Don, how he had a concussion, didn't think he was going to win the award, started crying to his mom and dad that he's not going to win the award, and he actually won it. So he knows his way around Freestone, and he's got the speed here to win this division.
Well, it's been fun watching that passion leak out of people, be it in their eyes when they're upset over something like that, or a fist pump over a championship win, or even a moto win, or even a hole shot. We've been seeing fist pumps, and so that energy and that passion leaking out of these youngsters is just cool stuff to get to be a part of in this capacity.
You know what I like to see is sometimes to me the fist pumps for second and third place are even more
incredible
because they're just pumped. They didn't win. They could be disappointed, but they're happy. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Sure. Exactly. Don.
I'm definitely that guy. When I used to road race, I've had races that I've won and came off the track frustrated with myself, and I've had races where I come off the track in 13th place in fist pumping excited because I knew with the material that I had to work with and the bike that I had, I put my 10/10ths out there and just feel good about that. The numbers sometimes do lie. Sometimes the numbers do lie.
There we go.
And it's not all about numbers sometimes. It's just doing your best.
Jackson Vick taking a look over, making sure the green flag is waving. Number 70, Luke out front. He is starting to separate from the 29. It looks like Ryder Morgan, I believe that was a 29. Or Braden Craiglow, the
sure
29R.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Craiglow with Eden Steinbrecher in third, the 24. Jaden Smart in fourth. Dylan Graham fifth. Sixth place, Brody Bircher. Seventh place, Austin Killer. Eighth place, Race Matson. Ninth place, Chance Olmberg out of Colorado. And it's Welsen back in 10th. Graves in 11th. Breo 12th. Racing Kyler 13th. 14th position is going to be Ryder Morgan. Bryant Rollins in 15th. 16th, Weston Otto. 17th place is going to be Thor Thrasher. That's the name you liked. James Gomez in 18th. And Axel Roberts just inside that top 20 in 19th position here on lap number 2.
Well, Jackson Vick making them all look silly because he is flat leaving them. Coming up over jump number 5 right now, Jackson Vick out front on the KTM. And got his head down and continuing to put down hot laps, banging down, looked like one gear coming flying through the air. Number 6 going down a gear on the number 70 machine into the Shock Sox X turn. And hard on the gas down the freeway there. Having fun in here discussing the names and how people sort things out as, just naming kiddos. We're just talking about Weston Auto. And, of course, all of us older folks, we immediately start thinking of Western Auto.
Yep.
The old, I guess parts.
It was an auto repair shop.
Yeah.
Western Auto.
Yep. Got the number
Go
10
there
machine.
And they charge us $700 to check your oil.
Those were the good old days.
Yep.
Jackson Vick still out front. The number 10 machine going down into the beginning of the VMAX switchback here. He is back up and on top of the machine, riding away from the scene of the incident. Waiting for a race leader, Jackson Vick, to come over the FMF power wall, pound his way through the 12-pack here. And here he comes. Wow, look, he's really clean through the 12-pack. That's impressive to watch somebody do that on a 65cc machine. So out front here in division number 2, race number 16, 65, 7-11. Style points coming off from the 29R, Brayton Craiglow.
Followed by Steinbrecher. Luke back there in the third position, just about 4.5 seconds behind Craiglow. So Steinbrecher, Craiglow, and Smart should be seeing Dylan Graham here in our fifth place position.
Well, my two favorite names, Shan Garcia, Weston Auto and Thor Thrasher back there. Thor Thrasher on the bubble for the transfer. Weston Auto right now holding on to that number 16 spot, top 16, going to go straight on through. So Thor Thrasher's got his work cut out for him. Weston Auto not wanting to give it up.
And it's Jace Carpina in 20th position, and just outside your top 20, it's Kyler Pruitt, the 173 in 21st position, Cash Tucker in 22nd, Cameron Swan in 23rd, and Hayden Murphy back there in 24th position here for the division. These riders I'm mentioning, they're going to all end up in a consolation race if things do not change drastically. But it's Thor Thrasher, your guy, in 16th, just inside that bubble. And outside the bubble looking in is going to be Axel Roberts now. So Roberts moves up to 17th place.
Well, Jackson Vick clicking off the fastest lap time of the moto so far here, lap number 2, clicking off a 2:32.889. So there's a reason he's out front, simply because he's the fastest rider out there, Shan Garcia.
Sometimes the numbers do not lie, Luke Navarre, I like to say.
Well, still a lot of competition going on throughout the racetrack. There's a lot of small gaps in some of those places out there. And then, of course, a lot of these riders are very gapped out. Pretty well got themselves sorted. Just got to keep the focus, keep the concentration, keep it rubber side down, hold that position. The gap back there between Weston Otto and Thor Thrasher looks like it's about a 3.7 margin. We'll keep an eye on that. That is the bubble. Thor Thrasher in the number 17 spot.
And a big battle here between Austin Keller, Chance Olmberg, and Gavin Wilson. You can throw a blanket over all three of them as they launch off the number 8 ski jump, Luke Navarre, and head down into the Suzuki Sweeper. And this is the bragging rights here for the top 10 in this division.
Right. Well, then it comes to gate picks later on, too. So, it's not just for bragging. Gate picks are going to come into play here. And we've talked about it all weekend. So, starts are just huge. And as these lines and the track gets rough, there's preferred lines out there, and getting a start could make the difference. So,
hey, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If we have a notary on site, if we have a notary public on location, we could definitely use your help up here at the registration tower, please. So if you are a notary public, please make your way down to the registration tower. We definitely could use your help. We'll throw you $10, $15, whatever you charge. But we would like to get a notary public down to the registration tower. If any of you moto moms or moto dads out there in the pits can help out, we would definitely be gracious. It is Jackson Vick all day long here in Division number 2, the 65, 7 to 11 age group for race number 16. We've got race number 17 locked and loaded in the gate. Race 17, the mini senior 13 to 15 age group. Luke, that's going to be a good one to call.
Absolutely. That's always a barn burner. That age group, those people, those riders, male and female, every one of them riders are going to be making that gate or just flat flying, so it's going to be a fun one to watch. Meanwhile, out here on the racetrack right now, heat number 2 of the 65, 7 to 11. Jackson Vick still out front, followed by Craig Lowe, Steinbrenner. Let's see, Graves, Smart, Bircher, Graham, Olberg, Keller, Walzine. That's the top 10, Shan Garcia.
Yep, they're all sitting pretty to just qualify for that second moto. And don't forget, race number 18, 450B, 12-plus, division number 1. Again, race number 18, 450B, 12-plus, division number 1. You guys should be down in pre-staging and in double secret probation pre-staging, division number 2 of that 450B. That'll be race number 19 as we start to wind down the last 5 or 6 sets of motos, plus some divisions in there. So still plenty of race action today.
Well, aside from the race action stuff, I've been watching the Area 51 Phil's crew in here doing what they do, Shannon. Really a blessing to get to watch this well-oiled machine do what it does. And it just adds to the game. It adds to our ability to see what's going on out there. And then, of course, you got the drone pilot following the riders. And, man, that's a really cool perspective for us to get to look at and see just the way the track's materializing, how it's forming, that we just really can't see from here sometimes. To look at that 270 loop back there, seeing how rutted that's getting, we just can't see that. But with the Area 51 guys with that drone, man, they bring it right into the wheelhouse for us to look at it.
It is Jackson Vick, Action Jackson, up and over the finish line.
Britt Lambert tosses the white flag to him. 1 lap to go for Jackson Vick.
With the 24 and the 29 in tow here, Krieglow and Steinbrecher.
That's a battle right now, Shan.
Yeah, Luke, you're right. Steinbrecher has closed the gap, 0.6 seconds.
With just under a lap to go. We're going to have to watch that one closely because Craig Lowe got his hands full. Steinbrecher putting the pressure on here late in the moto.
They're going to push this all the way to the checkers, as they should. And so let's take a look at that 16th place spot here. Ryden Morgan on the last lap was in 16th. He's yet to come through for the white flag lap, but you should be seeing Ryden Morgan, Thor Thrasher, and Axel Roberts in 17th, so we're going to keep our eyes on that bubble. I'm curious to see who qualifies into the second moto and who we're going to be seeing in a consolation race probably tomorrow afternoon at some point.
Well, they're starting to come through. There was the 213. 213 machine just come across there, Shan. He was in 11th place, so should be looking at a Breo here. There goes Rollins, comes across. There it looks like 21G of a Breo. There's a Breo. So just a few riders here, and we'll know who's going to take, well, at least a white flag lap in that number 16 position. There's the 254 coming across. That is Racing Kyler in 14th. So right now looks like Ryden Morgan is still in that position, Shan Garcia, that final transfer spot. Thor Thrasher moved up to 15th. Ryden Morgan. There's Axel Roberts coming across. Going to be back in 17th. And look at that battle. Those two riders side by side, literally bar to bar, side by side, coming over the finish line. Going to go inside one rider, the other going to go outside. That outside line been proven to be the fastest all day down there. A little farther back in the field, but these riders are battling like it's for the championship, that's for sure. Daniel Blair falling asleep over there. Look at him. He's dozing off. Been able to visit with Daniel a little bit this weekend, Shannon. I just had to tell him a minute ago, I was impressed with his approachability. You know, sometimes people in his position could be a little hoity-toity, and he has not been that. So it's been really
Yeah. Jackson Vick takes the checker. Daniel Blair likes what he sees. Hey, Daniel, that's one of them kids you keep your eyes on, my friend. Jackson Vick taking the checkered flag here in division number 2. Yeah. Jackson Vick taking the checkered flag here in division number 2, and he's your Bell Golden Helmet Award winner, so he knows his way around the track here at Freestone. Steinbrecher in second. It's Graves in third, with Brayton Krieglu in fourth.
So again, Jackson Vick, Eden Steinbrecher, Easton Graves, Brayton Craiglow, Brody Burscher. That's your top 5 there for the 65, 7-11 division number 2. Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15, race number 17, ready to go off the gate next. As we wind down the afternoon here. So again, Mini Senior, 13 to 15, race number 17, getting ready to go.
This ought to be a good one, Don. I'm excited to see this race number 17, Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15. Some fast riders.
Yeah, just about a full gate there, too. So this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Ooh, 38 entries. Yes, sir.
That was Division 2. So getting ready to go here with the riders in the Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15.
Looks like we got a little pause for the cause here.
A little track work. So it looks like they're touching up a section there in the rollers.
Oh, yeah.
Smooth over the top of that a little bit. We do like a rough track, but we also want a safe track. So every now and then you got to just kind of smooth out some of those sections there. So that's what they're doing right now with that dozer out on the 12-pack.
Well, for all the riders that want a rough track, they are not disappointed right now for the track conditions, and they're probably not disappointed to see that dozer out there cleaning up that section either.
No.
So There's
Nope,
plenty of rough.
Never a bad thing.
No. Either way you slice it, a lot going on this evening. 6 o'clock, the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. And just sweetened the pot a good bit just a bit ago when we found out that obviously the big fish and small fish win a prize, but big fish wins.
Oh, yeah, the signed Malcolm Stewart jersey.
That's triple snap in a Z formation kind of stuff
There
right
you
there.
go. Because when it comes to fishing, Malcolm is the big kahuna, that's for sure.
You know, and it's kind of cool that his hobby of fishing even brought Abu Garcia to our sport a few years ago, which is a big rod and reel company. And so he's bringing more people into our sport and into the industry that would have probably never delved in here at all. So it's kind of neat that even his little hobbies like that are kind of playing into the game like that. And Shan talked about it earlier, walking through the pits and maybe it was you one of y'all talking about it, walking through the pits and going and talking to the people in person down here instead of sending them emails. Go to the Dunlop rig, say hey to those guys.
Yep.
Literally go kick some tires, instead of doing it over emails and all that stuff. Go meet face to face, person to person, shake some hands, look some folks in the eyes, and a lot can be said for that person to person contact meet.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that that's the opportunity you have when you're here for this. They're here all week, you're here all week, so there's plenty of time throughout the day to make sure you stop over, say hi, say thanks, whatever the case may be.
Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda.
All right, the 2 card goes up.
All the mechanics are clearing out from behind the riders down there. These guys getting ready to rip.
Turn that around to 1. We're going to watch it go sideways and drop the gate.
Coming into turn 1 here, looks like may have been the 32. Couldn't tell. I think it may have been the 32 machine taking the whole shot early,
we'll
but
get a look
Shan
at him as they
Garcia's
make their
got
way
the
around.
glass on here.
So 22, actually, John Getz. So
That
Jonathan
makes
Getz
sense.
there, the 22 out of Old Town, Florida with a whole shot. That's not a surprise. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for sure there, Luke.
So officially on the racetrack right now, race number 17, Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15, race number 18 on the gate. As these guys out there mixing it up early on, all 38 entries out here slicing and dicing through the ruts and braking bumps with Getz out front early on. Got to think, be looking for the 95 machine pretty soon, of Blecka possibly out there in the lead area.
All right, leaders making their way into the Dunlop drop. We're going to get a look at them as they make their way back towards us here into the Shock Sox S-turn. Looks
39.
like it's going to be the 39 of Aiden Zing into second, the 14 of Brandon Eade to third, I should say. And there's the 95 in the 4th spot. That is Cole Blecka.
Look at that. They're just literally nose to tail going into the left-hander there, driving hard up the Kawasaki step up. They're going side by side through the right-hander now.
Yeah, working for that pass for the lead early. Not able to make it there.
That outside line's a long way around there. He was unable to get it done, but making an effort, you got to love that.
Well, had no choice. He couldn't get the inside line.
Yeah,
that was the only option left to him. So here we go. Charging up the hill. There's the battle for the lead. It looks like Zing may be making the pass around there. We'll get a better look at him as they make their way up to the top of the section.
He's made the move. Looks like he's going through the Bud Moore throttle section there, driving up the hill, up over Cemetery Hill.
Ooh, side by side now, though.
Oh, it's going to be a drag race as they come over the FMF power wall through the 12-pack. Look at this, literally side-by-side stuff.
Yep,
in that
Getz
newly
and Zing.
cleaned- Incredible racing right here with a double deuce out front right now. Coming out of the switchback, the 39 right there behind him, up over the finish line jump.
It is the 14 of Eid in that 3rd spot. Vincent Way making his way into 4th early on there on the 127 Husqvarna. Brady Olson rounding out the top 5.
So half a second back to Zing, and then he had 2.29 seconds behind Zing, and Vincent Way 2 seconds behind Ead.
All right, coming out of the twist and shout section, there's the battle for the lead. Going to make that left-hander and head up the Dunlop Expressway.
And this is just a moto. This is not a division. These guys are racing.
Oh, no, this one counts, my friend.
This is it. This is not for gate pick. This is for some overall action for at least the first part of their overall.
Oh, a little dig into that outside line in the Dunlop drop there. Both riders almost coming to a stop.
Well, there's a pocket in that corner. I mean, it G's out hard.
It looks like that's what they hit.
Look at this battle. Literally side by side once again through the Shock Sox S-turn.
Oh, Zing's going to get him.
He got him.
The 39 sweeps the outside to make the pass.
Oh, lead on Collings. Look at these bikes, the way they're bucking around. That track is legitimately national rough right now.
Oh, yeah, that is a rough source right now.
Some great racing going on throughout. I mean, you go anywhere on the racetrack and look, and there's some bar-to-bar action coming at us. A lot of these guys having to dog paddle through some of the ruts. They're so deep and so gnarly.
So looking at your leaders making their way out of the big Loop 270 section. We're going to watch from over the top of Cemetery Hill. There you see that big sweeping left-hand turn. Had to take a second there and pretend I was eating to tail my right from my left.
Yeah.
And again, side by side. So
Wow.
Jonathan Getz, Aiden Zing, just about in tandem synchronization coming to the 12-pack.
Man, I hope folks are able to tune in on the Area 51 Films to watch this action live on the TV there, because, man, this is an incredible race going on for the lead here.
Yeah, and Jonathan Getz going to hold him off another lap around. And you got Brandon Ead and Vincent Way now closing in on that battle as well.
So Getz turning a 222.6. Zing right behind him turning a 222.5. Ead turning a 222.1. And then you go back to Vincent Way turning a 221.1. So,
Yeah, they're coming.
yeah, Townsend back there in 5th turning a 221. So 4th and 5th turning the fastest laps of the race. Vincent Way's got the fastest lap on lap 2 of the 221.153. So Vincent Way's charging forward.
Oh,
right
yeah,
now,
and
boss.
here we go. Battle coming into the Oak Tree turn. And this is very quickly becoming a 4-rider fight for the lead.
It is, but you can just see from the attitudes of the riders' position on the bike and the way the bikes are bucking, that section they're going down is super gnarly right now.
Yeah, and again, Aiden Zing tried to sneak to the inside, but he dropped into that little G-out hole there.
Yeah.
And you could see him
It's
just
like
slamming through that.
It's like it parks them. I mean, it just loads the suspension, and they stop, and then the suspension unloads and springs them kind of out of there.
Yeah, that's definitely not – I'm pretty sure that's not what he wanted to do there.
Right. Look at this race going up The Kawasaki step up, literally nose to tail. Zing going to go, or Getz going to go inside, Zing outside.
Yeah, here they go down the hill now. So working that big Suzuki sweeper, the Loop 270 down the lower edge of the track. There's the 22. There's Aiden Zing on a 39. Brandon Eade and Vincent Way up in the mix, third and fourth. And as you said, Luke, look at these riders bouncing around down there.
Well, you called it, Don Collins. You said it was fixing to be a four-way battle for the lead, and it is on like Donkey Kong right now. It is an absolute four-way battle for that number one spot.
Coming over the top of Cemetery Hill. And it looks like this time around, going to be a little bit of separation between first and second. So there's Jonathan Getz. There's Aiden Zing, Eade, and Way.
Getz looking back over his shoulder over the finish line jump, looking like he had a little breathing room, wanting to see how much. Yeah, oh, man, there's a pile of them back there.
I thought there was some bees behind me. Nope. That's everybody trying to take you down, buddy.
It's Zing, Eade, Way there, right there. Oh, look at this. Grayson Townsend just cranked off the fastest lap with a 2:19.8 on lap 3.
Yeah, he's trying to catch that battle as well.
Yeah, he's pouring the coals to it, man. He's 2.9 off Vincent Way, but if he keeps clicking off lap times like that, he'll be a five-way battle for that number one spot.
So Jonathan Getz, Aiden Zing, Brendan Eade, Vincent Way, Grayson Townsend, top 5. Carson Wood, Heath Fisher, Tristan Pruitt, Kane Bolasina, and rounding out the top 10, the 241 of Brady Olson. Four riders out of that Shock Sox S-turn as they continue the battle for the lead. And here we go. Brandon Eade now trying to get to the inside.
Incredible racing, Don Collins. This is an absolute treat to get to sit here and watch, and then to get to call it is just icing on the cake.
Vincent Way goes to the inside, trying to make the pass to third. He's going to pull alongside. Not quite able to make it happen, though.
Down into the Loop 270. Look at the ruts down there that the drone's picking up, letting us get a good perspective on how rough this racetrack is.
Yeah, and again, there's Way working that inside line, trying to make the pass. Looks like he is going to get around the 14 finally. We'll see if Eade can get it back at the top of the hill.
So Getz relegated back by Zing, right? It looks like Getz is in the number 2 spot now.
And it looks like that's going to be Vincent Way making the pass as well.
Wow.
So Way gets 2 passes made coming out of that section. And, yeah, Aiden Zing takes the lead. Vincent Way to second. Jonathan Getz is third. So big shakeup that time around that section.
And they're ripping hard down through the Texas 12-pack. Here they come. It looks like Zing out front. Now Getz is back into the number 2 spot.
Yeah, I look like Way got a bad run through the 12-pack.
Yep. And we've talked about it a lot, that the FMF power wall, getting good and clean drive down that wall on the power, keeping that bike straight through the 12-pack, and didn't see it, but it looked like Vincent Way must not have.
Yeah. All it takes is a little tiny miscue, lose a half a second, you're going to lose a spot.
Yep. Still clicking off the fastest laps right now. Grayson Townsend just turned a 220. So look at him. He's closed up right on the back wheel of Eade. So Grayson Townsend looks like he's on the man on the move right now. We'll keep an eye on the 87 machine.
But there you go. Carson Wood, a 2:18.8.
Woo!
So he was on fire that time around.
Incredible stuff. These top 6, 7 riders are just killing it. Heath Fisher, the rider out of Northern Australia, back there in 7th, followed by Pruitt in 8th. Bolasina, Olson, Seba, Martin, Bowers, Walters, Bowling, Shoemate, Payne, Barth, Campbell, and Lewin. That's your top 20.
Yeah, it looks like Vincent Way back to 3rd. Carson Wood moves to 4th. So there goes the battle again over the top of that ski jump. Oh, we got a rider down there. So there you go. Getz again trying to get around the 39 of Aiden Zing.
Well, an incredible battle going on. Look at the bikes bucking around underneath these riders. I mean, just swapping, going through the braking bumps there. Coming up the Bud Moore throttle section, the new section of the racetrack. They're going to be going side by side as they approach the FMF power wall, literally once again side by side. Ooh, the rider, swapping through the whoops. Hang on, Cowboy.
Whoa.
Wow, what a save from the 39 of Aiden Zing. You know, for what he just went through, no more real estate than he lost is nothing short of a miracle. What an absolute save from Aiden Zing. Gives up that number 1 spot. Jonathan Getz jumps out front on the double deuce once again.
Man, that was looking like it was going to get bad real quick.
Yeah.
But able to get the bike back under him. That's a testament to that strength training that I'm sure he's doing.
Absolutely. You know, these front-running kids spend a lot of time in training, and they're on their A game by the time they roll around here to the spring championship. Heck of a save. That was pretty spectacular. So Getz back out front of Zing, Way, Wood, Fisher, Ead, Pruitt, Townsend, Balsina, and Olson. That's the top 10 running order right now.
Yeah, and getting himself out front on the final lap. That's where you want to be. Oh, tangled together. I think we both.
That's 1 and 2. That is Getz.
Oh, so Vincent Way going to take the lead. Aiden Zing and Jonathan Getz coming together in the Oak Tree turn.
Oh,
and guess who's going to be the benefactor of that one, the
Vincent
27.
Way, grinning like a possum eating persimmons out there on that 127 machine.
Yeah, that's going to move Wood to second. And the 47 of Heath Fisher will move to third.
We've seen it all week, all day today. We've seen late in the race just crazy things happening. I mean, it's like there's just goofy stuff going on. Race leaders just falling for no reason. And I did not see them get into each other, but we could hear by everybody in the room.
I think there was a reason they went down on that one.
Yeah, I think this time there was, yeah.
Well, most of the time you just got two bikes trying to fit where only one can.
Yeah, the stuff we had happening earlier would just leader would be 10 seconds out and just tip over in a corner, something goofy,
So right now, Vincent Way on the 27, he has taken advantage of the opportunity put in front of him.
Look at that bike working underneath Vincent Way, that 27 machine swapping, and he's coming in through the Budmore throttle section of the racetrack right now, headed up towards Cemetery Hill, charging towards the FMF Powerwall, Don Collings.
There you go. One more run through the 12-pack and keep that up on two wheels. And that is going to be the checkered flag and the race win. The 127 Husqvarna Answer Racing Arma Sport Bell Pro Taper Mafia Crew Ride. That is Vincent Way with the win. Going to be Carson Wood across the line second. And it's Heath Fisher, Jonathan Getz, and Aiden Zing look like they're going to round out the top five.
And Tristan Pruitt jumped up there.
Oh, there you go. Pruitt able to take advantage, so it'll be Pruitt getting fifth. I thought Zing was going to hang on to it, but it looks like Getz able to remount a little quicker. So there you go. That one ends with a bang.
Uh-oh, Don. On the starting line right now, we're hearing those big bikes down there. Belching that power out of the back of these big 450 machines. 450B, Division 1. Race number 18 on the line right now. 23 entries here in this Division 1.
Yeah,
Feel
two
the
card
rumble.
is up.
Here we go, Don. It looks like it's going to be, well, I thought it was a 36, but maybe we better just wait because sometimes they get the numbers kind of crossed up. There's not a 36. It could be 35 of the Cookie
Tough
Monster.
to see through a
Colin
wall
Allen.
of people, too.
Right, yeah. I think it may have been the 35 of Colin Allen. Not sure yet, but Shan Garcia just snatched up the binos.
Yep, 35.
Okay, so Cookie Monster, Colin Allen taking the whole shot, the early race lead. And look at the gap he's already pulled out. Got a sneaky feeling Colin Allen going to want to try to continue to margin that gap out right now because he's been struggling here a little bit, it seemed like today, but no struggle at all right now.
Looks like the 47 of Aiden Kiefer in the second spot.
Aiden Kiefer.
And the 105 ride running in third. That's Revan Gordon. So there is Colin Allen, the 35 Yamaha, into the Shock Sox S turn.
Well, it looks
Holden
like
off Kiefer.
Looks like the Kawasaki charging hard now. He's rolling up onto the back wheel of the Cookie Monster as they make their way through the left-hander, headed up over the Kawasaki step-up. Pretty good battle going on back there for second or third and fourth, rather, right now between the KTM and Kawasaki.
Yeah, third and fourth, duking it out right now.
All right, this just in, attention in the pits. If you're going to race the Stasic race tonight, you need to come on down to the tower. That registration for Stasic race tonight is only going to stay open till 5 p.m. So if you're going to race the Stasic race tonight, which everybody who is cool is going to race the Stasic race, you need to make your way on down to the tower now. They're only going to be open till 5 p.m. Right now it's 4:07. You've got 53 minutes, so you might as well get it done now. So if you want to race a Stasic race, come on down, get signed up.
All right, here we go. Colin Allen holding the lead through the Twexas 12-pack. The 47 of Kiefer in second. All right, making a move up to third. There's a 73 of Jace Allred. We saw him take a win earlier. The 105, Revan Gordon in fourth.
Well, that battle for the lead right now, Don Collings, is on fire between Colin Allen and Aiden Kiefer. Kiefer was right there on the back wheel of Colin Allen when they came by and still is. They're going side by side right now, and it looks like Kiefer was able to get underneath him, but Colin charging back.
There you go, though, Luke. While they're battling like that, guess who's catching them? Jace Allred.
Ooh, that's trouble.
And he was lights out fast earlier.
Yep, the pass is made, so Kiefer gets around Allen, around the Leonard Skinner oak tree there. Suspension working overtime in every aspect, but when they go down that straightaway there, it's just bucking them all over the place.
Yeah, if you want a smooth spot on this track, it's going to be the water truck road.
Yeah. Check out Jace Allred, man. He is reeling them in. Anxious to see his lap time here. I think that being said, Aiden Kiefer's clicking off a pretty quick one as we speak.
Oh, yeah, there's no slouch at all on any of these bikes out there. But right now, we're going to see if Allred can chase down Colin Allen and set his sights on the leader. Looks like it's still Gordon and Morningstar fourth and fifth as they head down into the sweeper. Look at the view here. Look at how deep those ruts are. He could probably fly the drone down into those ruts.
Think you're right, Don. It's so cool looking, man. These guys work hard and train hard to be able to go fast in these conditions, and it's paying off for Aiden Kiefer out front. Oh, it looks like Colin Allen coming into pressure now from Jace Allred on the 73 machine. He is literally right there on the back wheel of Colin Allen.
Yeah, looked like he was hoping to get that inside line. Allen was able to shut that down. There's your leader, though. The 47, Aiden Kiefer, coming over to the FMF Powerwall.
He's fixing to click off a pretty sweet lap time here, it looks like. Looks like a lot of these riders are having a tough time getting clean over the Powerwall on that landing that we've been talking about. He shorted a little bit. And he has made the move.
There you go. Allred moves to second.
So Kiefer turning to 209.7. Let's see. 211 from Allred, 214 from the Cookie Monster, Colin Allen in third.
Well, now that Allred has got himself into second, I think you're going to watch that lap time come down significantly.
I believe you're right. He's got nobody in front of him but the competition now, the number one spot.
The guy that he wants to get around.
So it's Kiefer, Allred, Allen, Gordon, Morningstar, Stevens, Glather, Blecka, Fair, and Bowman is your top 10. So great race in there, watching Jace Allred work his way up through the field. He's made his way around Collins, starting to pull away now. Get some drone footage as they come up over number 5.
Yeah, working hard on those lines. You see Allen right there coming, trying to keep pace with the 73.
Well, I tell you what, Don, looking at that gap, it looks like Aiden Kiefer has pulled it out probably another second or so over Allred. They were 4 seconds when they came by, and that time I just counted off 5. So looks like Kiefer doing a pretty good job on the Kawasaki of keeping that margin.
Yeah, he's definitely got the hammer down. So it is Aiden Kiefer, Jace Allred, Colin Allen, Revan Gordon, Peyton Morningstar, your top 5. Noah Stevens, Jackson Glather, Dylan Blecka, Grayson Fair, and Josh Bowman through the top 10. And then Hayden Crimes, Chris Kraus, Riggin Smith, Clayton Schmucky, and Ethan Commodore, top 15. Right now it's Clay Edwards on the number 12 with the final transfer directly into the second half.
I'm just going to say I'm a Clay Edwards fan. I like the kid.
Well, let's hope he can hang on to that spot then.
Send a shout out to my buddy Mike Johnson up in Montana. Good to hear from you, bud. Hope all is well up in your country.
All right, nice shot of your leader working through that Texas 12-pack. Oh, a little sideways there. Kiefer almost went off the track. And there you go. There's a great example, Luke, how deep those ruts are. He just cross-rutted on a 450.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine how those 65s were doing.
Yeah. We were watching the P-dubs out here earlier, and they were catching handlebars going through there.
Whew.
Now, it's really hard to get it in perspective until you're out there on a bike trying to compete at pace in the situation, in these conditions.
Yeah, the drone footage really the closest you can come to knowing what it's like to fly around here on a motorcycle.
Yeah, and it helps a good bit to get a good view.
Does give you a good idea.
So Allred turning a 210 that time, Kiefer at 211. So you called it a while ago, said watch that margin. It's probably going to shrink, and sure enough, Allred clicking off faster lap times.
Yeah, he's just going to go to work, try to find the spots where he's a little quicker.
Yeah, Kiefer having that little bobble there didn't help his lap time at all. That allowed Allred to close up.
Yeah, and here we go. Out of the Dunlop drop, he is getting closer and closer. So the gap down to, I'm going to say, a second and a half maybe?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right in that range. So definitely inspired Jace Allred back there in the number 2 spot, putting the pressure on the Kawasaki-mounted number 47 of Aiden Kiefer. They're hitting one of those pockets down there, too, and they just launch out of it, and it blows them off the seat, and they just go ahead and stand on the bike. Get up on the pegs. Yeah, you're right. It's second half at most.
That's it. Our Lady of Blessed Acceleration, don't fail me now.
Yeah.
So working through that big Suzuki sweeper, the Loop 270 down the bottom of the section there. Watching the battle for the lead, Aiden Kiefer, Jace Allred, 1 and 2. They're starting to walk away from Colin Allen now. Allen in that 3rd spot, but he's about 5 seconds back, and I think the gap's going to get bigger this time around.
I believe you're right. Yeah, he got a great start, put on a show early there, but these guys just got the speed right now, and they're coming through the Bud Moore throttle section of the racetrack up over Cemetery Hill, dropping down into the FMF power wall, and it's going to be a race through the Texas 12-pack.
Yeah, and there you go, Allred picking up the pace through there.
Going to be less than a second when they come across here as the gap.
Through that ski jump after the finish, Allred starting to move on the outside.
Right at a second, 1.0. Allred turned to 209 that time to Kiefer's 211. Allred charging forward. You called it first lap. You said, watch this.
Yeah, he is all over him now. Going to come through the twist and shout section.
Great race action. This could come down to the wire here. They've got some time to work out there still yet.
Oh, here we go, side by side.
Yep.
Allred not going to waste any time.
Kiefer riding that defensive inside line. That's a lot of wisdom for sure right now, because you give Allred even a credit card width in there, and that front wheel is going to come up underneath you, and he's going to take that spot. They avoided that pocket that time down there.
Yeah, both of them got through clean. Now watch the shock socks S-turn.
Yep.
Are we going to switch it up here?
Oh, Allred's going to follow him through there. Tell you what, Kiefer got through that section really nice.
Yeah, that was a good run through there for him this time. Right away into the distance.
Yeah, number getting smaller and smaller off in the distance.
So watch for the lap times now on Allred. As I think he's going to put the heat to it right now.
Well, he clicked a 209 last time. That's hauling the mail for sure.
There you go. That's how rough it is.
On the exit of the 12-pack, Shane Garcia saying, hey, Allred almost endoed the machine. Turned to 211 that time. Both riders turning. Okay, Kiefer turned to 214 that time.
Yeah, and there's just no way that Kiefer was going to deny Allred on that lap there. He was all over him.
And there's no rest for the weary out there right now. They've got to stay on their A game. The track requires absolute focus right now. You can't let your guard down. Even an iota, it'll reach up and bite you.
No, and as soon as Allred saw that little miscue out of Kiefer, it was like he said, all right, now's the time.
Yep. Instantly capitalized.
Yep.
Just went to work right then. Pretty cool stuff.
Following him into the Dunlop drop here.
I don't know if that pocket is blown out or what, but they found a new line down there where they're not getting so G'd out down in the bottom there before 5.
Yeah,
but
it seems like the middle of that section now, they've kind of blown through there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of smoothed it out again. They'll get rough again, I'm sure.
I think you're right. But it looks like Allred is gapping Kiefer now, so Kiefer maybe throwing in the towel a little bit, realizing, man, I can't feel my hands anymore.
And that's the thing. He might have just pushed himself to the point where he's like, all right, you know what? I got to back it down or I'm going to be in danger of going down. We saw him have a couple moments.
Yep.
So,
well, it's so silly when you see a lap board up that says breathe, and you think, for the longest time, I thought, what a stupid message. But it is such a real deal to deal with out there.
Because I'll tell you what, I've talked to more than one rider who has said, I was holding my breath the whole last lap.
Well, when the pressure's on, it's like your mind just shuts down. You get so target fixated on the task at hand that you forget about some of the involuntary things like breathing.
Just simple stuff like that. You start just taking those little short breaths.
Yep.
And nothing will tighten up those arms quite like that.
Yeah, the lack of oxygen.
Here we go. Allred going to come into the FMF power wall once again. And it's going to be the white flag waiting for him this time around.
Through the VMAX switchback comes a 73 JS Allred. What kind of lap time did he pull this time? I'm guessing probably around that same 2:11-ish. We shall see shortly. 2:12, and the margin is pretty substantial now.
Yeah, he's just getting away inch by inch.
Well, he's got a 5.3-second margin now with 1 lap to go, so the only thing that's going to stop him from a W right now is a mistake or mechanical.
Yeah, it's just a question of withstanding the final lap. So Jace Allred, Aiden Kiefer, Colin Allen, Dylan Blecka, and it looks like Noah Stevens still battling for that 5th spot there.
Looks like the best battle on the racetrack right now is back there between Gordon. Well, maybe, let's see here. It's going to be Stevens and Morningstar.
Yeah, I guess Stevens, Morningstar, and Gordon, all the 3 of them there. Gordon going to drop back to 8th. So Jace Allred making his way to the inside. The Shock Sox S turn here on the final lap. So Jace Allred making his way to the ski jump.
Well, Shan Garcia coming over and saying, it hasn't been that long ago that Jace Allred's sister, Taylor Allred, was dominating the women's class, just absolutely mopping everybody up in the women's class. And then she's kind of left the scene, not sure what happened, not sure if she's injured or what, but it sounds like we've heard lately from the last few days that she's retired. Jace Allred, on the other hand, is not retired. In fact, he is out here on the racetrack in this 450B class showing them all the fast way around right now.
Yeah, definitely picking up the pace. So on his way up the hill one final time, Jace Allred going to head over Cemetery Hill and into that FMF Powerwall.
It looks like we're witnessing the changing of the guard there in the Allred family. Jace Allred.
Here we go. Checkered flag waiting for the 73 KTM.
Just like that. Ended up with a pretty good margin over Kiefer there. Of course, Kiefer, the last half of this lap, has just kind of been in cruise control mode. Comes across right there in second. That margin ended up being 10.8 seconds back, with Colin Allen still a pretty good ways back in third, Dylan Blecka in fourth, Stevens fifth. There comes the Cookie Monster, Colin Allen. RPMs are up. Here we go. Division 2 coming in hot. Look like the 27 of Christian Janik out of Oakland, Illinois. Kawasaki mounted 17-year-old taking the whole shot early. No surprise at all to see Janik out front on that Kawasaki.
No, he's a quick starter. We've seen him take whole shots here. Looks like it might be the 63. Nope. We're trying to locate the numbers here on that second place rider. We'll give you an update in just a minute, but no question about who had the whole shot in that one. It was Christian Janik, the Monster Energy Team Green rider.
This is a stacked gate. When you look down the list here, when you start seeing Janik and Peppard and Edwards, Cochran, there are some really fast riders on the track right now. 1.0 seconds margin between Cochran and Janik last time through as Cochran pounds into the FMF power wall. There's Janik. Janik lands out there clean before the 12-pack.
Yeah, he's going to open the gap up just a tiny bit. It looks like we'll be up to almost 2.
I think you're right. We'll know here shortly. Cochran turns a 2:07. He's dropped his lap times even more.
Yeah, 2:08 for Janik. We're up to 2.2 seconds the gap now.
Janik stepping his game up. He went from a 2:10 to a 2:08. He had to try to stay in touch with Cochran because Cochran continuing to drop those lap times. But you're right. It was just over 2 seconds the gap now and 7 seconds back to Landon Peppard in third.
Yeah, and Peppard logging a 2:11, which is not slow, but he's just not matching the pace of Cochran and Janik out front. So Casey Cochran into the oak tree turn. And yeah, he's starting to inch away. You can see it, Luke. He is starting to just get away.
Well, incredible ride from Casey Cochran and conditions that he's doing it in. And, just can't say enough good about the Cochran kid. And like you said, I don't know how long he's been on the four-stroker, but he seems like he's adapting well.
Yeah, and if you notice, Janik seems to be using a lot of the outside lines, like in the Dunlop drop and some of the sweepers, and Casey's working the inside, and that's the difference right there. It's just been able to cut that track distance down a little bit by using the inside lines.
Yeah, you're right. It does seem like Janik is liking that outside line. There's something about that momentum that it's something about those lines that's luring him in, but he's doing great. I mean, he's turning 2:08s. Just not great enough with Cochran turning 2:07s.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the problem with that.
Look at that racetrack. Goodness, Don Collings, it is so rough back there.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, I don't think I could walk through that section.
Yeah.
Never mind ride a motorcycle through it at speed.
Through the left-hander, they're fixing to drive up the hill through the Bud Moore throttle section of the racetrack. Look at the ruts as they approach Cemetery Hill there, and they drop on the backside of Cemetery Hill, grab a fistful, charge into the FMF Powerwall, launch out into the Texas 12-pack there.
And Cochran's got a really nice rhythm through that 12-pack. He's very smooth through there, and we're going to see the gap jump out to 4 now.
Yeah.
So that smooth rhythm through that Texas 12-pack.
4 seconds.
And it's going to take us out to 4-second gap as that time around again. Cochran at 2:07. That was his fast lap, the fastest lap on the track.
That's insane. Super consistent and still clicking off the fastest laps of the race. And there is nothing 2:07 about that racetrack right now.
No way. So Cochran, Janik 1 and 2, Landon Peppard still hanging on a third. Casey Bernard, Enzo Temmerman rounding out the top 5. Then you got Drew Adams and Hayes Edwards 6th and 7th. Jadon Cooper 8th. And we'll see if it's still Driscoll, Huffman, and Williams 9th, 10th, and 11th here. It looks like Driscoll is 9th.
Yeah, just a stacked up field here in heat number 2. It's a stacked up field in heat number 1. This one's going to be an incredible race for the main. You get the top riders of both of these heats out there to slice and dice for main action. So lap 4 complete. Wait for Cochran to come back through and see if he can stay in that 2:07 range, or will he back off a little bit? I don't know that Casey Cochran really knows back off.
No, it doesn't seem like it because he seems like he's stretching the gap out as I saw him in the middle of the Suzuki Sweeper. Janik just landing off the ski jump. So
yeah, I think he knows throttle stop more than he knows back off. Up on the balls of his feet, up on the pegs, going through those acceleration bumps, braking bumps into those ruts, driving up the Bud Moore throttle hill there.
Yeah, there you go. Nice smooth lines through there, Luke, into the FMF Powerwall. And watch this section. Rhythms right through. Nice, clean double-double at the end.
Very clean, very pretty.
You know, and that just sets him up for that outside, the berm, and he's just, boom, he's over the finish.
He's just greasing it time after time. Turns a 2:08.1 that time, just a touch off. So within a second.
Stretching the lead out more, though, 5.3 now. So he's just relentless, Luke, just relentless.
Yeah. And that's got to be frustrating when you're out there behind him trying to lay it down and just watching him edge out like that in these conditions. I know for me something like that would just be demoralizing, although at the same time I would be like, oh, my gosh, I'm on the same racetrack with this guy and I can still see him. But Christian Janik, he's not wired like that. Christian Janik is thinking I should be in front of that joker and I got to figure this out.
I do not like where I am right now, and I don't want to be here. I want to be out there.
Well, he's expected to be up front. He's expected to be up there mixing it up with Casey Cochran, which he's been doing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he's had his share of wins. He's no stranger to the top step. But this time around, it looks like the 66 is going to get the better of him as we work through the laps.
I do like just watching some of the Eli interviews these days, and Eli will just point blank say, you know, they were just better than me in this session or in that moto or in that practice. But when push comes to shove, things can change. And so, again, this is heat racing.
Yep.
And things can change when it's for the championship. In fact, things do change when it's for the championship. A flip switch is in every man's mind. Even in Casey Cochran's mind, who's running out front right now, things just change when it's for the championship. Watching these guys go down out of the Shock Socks S-turn, watching them bikes just bucket as they're going through that little sweeper down through there, it's just gnarly.
Yeah, so you just do what Casey did. You just lift the front tire up and just wheelie through. It's a lot easier. Come on, Luke. What's the matter with you, man?
Right. He sure makes it look easy, don't he?
And we're going to watch him come to the top of the hill. It's going to be the white flag waiting for the 66 Husqvarna ride this time around. And here you go, up through the FMF Powerwall. So it looks like a little schedule change out there. We are only going to race through race 21 today. We thought we were going to be able to get to race 23, but it looks like race 21, 85 9-12 limited division 1 and 2 will be the final moto today. We will pick up the race order tomorrow morning with race 22. So once again, final moto today will be race 21, the 85 9-12 limited division 1 and 2.
Hey, we got a race going on a little farther back in the field here. Looks like Jadon Cooper is right there with Hayes Edwards of the white flag. It's a drag race. Woo! And Jadon going to slip on by the number 45 machine of Hayes Edwards.
See that? He saw that white flag and was like, all right, I got to go.
Yes, sir. We'll try to keep an eye on that one, see if Hayes Edwards has anything to offer. That's really the only race on the track right now to speak of is
Well, I got to tell you, Luke, hats off to Christian Janik, because if you look at him, he is charging. He is not, this is not a foregone conclusion for him.
Yeah.
He's not like, all right, well, I'm going to get second. He is charging, aggressively scrubbing some of these jumps. So he's not giving up. He's going to put his all into this final lap.
And anything can happen. We've seen it all day. So it's not over till the checker flag flies. And if you don't believe that, ask Chase Sexton.
Yeah, exactly. Or anyone who's ever raced Cooper Webb.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, Sexton is so stinking fast on a dirt bike right now. It's so pretty to watch. It's just been hard to watch him have those issues. But
gotta straighten it all out.
Yeah.
Here's a rider who has got it all figured out at this point. Casey Cochran, the 66, up and over the FMF Powerwall one more time.
Oh, a little sketchy there, but he recovers nicely.
There you go.
Pounding through the 12-pack. Into the VMAX switchback section, up over the finish line, taking a checkered flag, looking over at Brett Lambert, giving him a thumbs up as he goes by there.
Race win on the Rockstar Husqvarna ride. Christian Janik, Monster Energy Team Green ride, will hold on to the second spot. You could tell he was not exactly pumped about that, looking up at the sky as he came over the finish, looking for Landon Peppard on the 37, the Gas rider to hang on a third. So there's Peppard. Drew Adams on the 300, gets around Temmerman to take the fourth spot.
Oh, wow. So what do we got on the line right now? 450B winding down here.
Yeah, we got 250C.
We've got RPMs.
Here they go.
Looks like we got a bit of a pile up there. A couple of bikes down in turn one, but everybody back up on their feet, getting up on top of those C-class machines.
Woohoo!
So we'll patiently wait till somebody can give us some info of who we got out front. Kind of looking into the sun with the binos there, and I lost touch. The man, the myth, the bona fide legend, Shan Garcia, pulled up the binos. He's going to give us a breakdown here. Uh-huh. 19. Paleologos out front once again right out of Auburn, Alabama. No stranger to the lead, and he's doing it once again around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. The 7 double deuce there in second. Or, the 7 machine. That's Walter Alfano. And let's see here. Damian Holmes in the number 3 spot. Jamison Bowers back there in 4th.
Yeah, he's trying to make a pass to 3rd right now. And it looks like the 33. That's Luke Thoreau going to round out the top 5 first time around.
So you're right. I think the 54 machine, Jamison Bowers, moves up into that number 3 spot.
Yeah, he was able to sneak through in that Shock Sox S-turn.
Right on.
And he's on the move chasing after the number 7 of Alfano.
We'll keep an eye on the 54 machine. Looks like he's charging hard through the pack right now. This is race number 19 on the racetrack. Say we're pulling the plug after 21. Is that correct, Don Collings?
That is correct. So the final race today will be the 85 9-12 limited division 1 and 2. So we've got 250C on the track, 54-6 limited or 4-8 limited going to be next. And then we have the 2 divisions of 85 9-12, and that will do it for the race day today. We'll start tomorrow morning with race 22. So a little change there. Race 22, the Super Mini Division 1 and 2, will be the first moto tomorrow morning.
The number 19 machine still holding on to that number 1 spot. Kyle Paleologos out of Auburn, Alabama, coming into the VMAX switchback up and over the finish line, taking a green flag. And then in the number 2 spot, still got the number 7. And then side by side, looks like the 99 and the 54 machine. So maybe that was the 22, not the 99. That's Damian Holmes in 4th, battling with Jameson Bowers as they come over the finish line.
Yeah, Cochran back there in 6th on the TM. Luke, Tanner Frady in 7th. Colin Paskowitz in 8th position. Cooper Ford in 9th. And rounding out your top 10 here in the opening lap is going to be Ryder Rodriguez. We've seen Rodriguez win a couple of 250C motos earlier today. So kind of uncharacteristic here back there in 10th position, but still inside the top 10. Yeah, Lucas Hefner, you're right. That's 250C action. Bad start. Anything can happen. Hefner in 11th. 12th place is Mahonen. Genist is 13th. 14th is going to be Simon. Ethan Burns in 15th. Brock Archuleta in 16th. 17th place on the opening lap is Gavin Fortner. Stephen Bishop joins us in 18th position on lap number 1. Jack Mills and Maddox Brown rounding out your top 20 here on lap number 1 of the 250C 12-plus limited class. Luke, let me borrow that microphone. We've got a special guest up here in the tower. The folks from Oak Hill Raceway are here. So we're talking about a little history. Shane Doty, Texas motocross legend. Shane Doty, welcome to the Lynn Nickerson Suite. That ought to mean something to you, Lynn Nickerson Suite.
Oh, man, that means a lot to me. You know, you hear that name and you just have flashback to the 90s and early 2000s. So, yeah, for sure.
Well, let's talk about some history here. March racing in Texas, amateur stuff, brings you back to 1977 at the GNC International Motocross Final at the Houston Astrodome, then to Lake Whitney, then to Mosier Valley, then over to Oak Hill for the GNC. So welcome back. When's the last time you've been to literally a March race here in Texas?
Oh, goodness. 04?
Yeah, when you retired. yeah, 2004.
Yeah, retired, yeah, for sure.
So
that takes that, early 2000s, that's what it is. March racing was, you hear GNC and then Whitney.
Yeah, the Spring Classic, Mick Whitney and Spring Classic at Lake Whitney and the GNC, then at that point over at Mosier. So you're affiliated with Oak Hill Raceway now. We've got a new owner, Denny Garley. He is up here in the Lynn Nickerson Suite, the new owner of Oak Hill. The ownership took place, let's say, December, January. A few months back. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of improvements have been taking place. Most everybody in the motocross community and the motocross world in the United States knows there's been a lot of money spent in there revamping Oak Hill. And so, Shane, with that being said, what is your role at Oak Hill and how are things going out there?
My role right now, I'm sales marketing manager, and along with test riding of the track and just helping Denny put people and things into place that we need to happen, to make Oak Hill successful as it once was back in the early 2000s.
Right, so you got a little heartfelt ingenuity there with some connections back to the 2000s when you were a young ripper at that point.
Absolutely. And that's what everybody, that's the general consensus around the moto world is everybody wants to see Oak Hill back to when it was in its glory days.
So let me ask you this. What is taking place out there? I know that there's been a revamp the track. I know y'all have dug 30-foot deep sand out, removed tires that were buried there back in 1988, 1999, 1977. Oak Hill's been around, a Texas staple since 1975. Y'all hosted round number 4 of the Texas Winter Series that JP and I announced last month. So what has taken place out there now since that round number 4, Shane?
So since that round number 4, we just keep working on the facilities. More signage up, more people getting involved. Dealerships, outside sponsors coming in, and just the facilities. We have the bathrooms that we're working on. We want to get some bathrooms built, a la Freestone, a la Swan, and all that stuff. That's the main thing is we want to gear our facility towards the families, not just the riders, the moms and the sisters of the riders. What are they going to do while the kids are riding all day long? We have a playground for the kids, the younger kids, and the little Stasic track. Stasic's coming in and going to revamp their spot over there, so it's going to be real big and enjoyable for the little guys. So
you kind of want to make it almost a state park instead of just a dirt bike track.
100%.
So you've got the vet track out there, you've got UTV racing out there, you've got the Stasic pump track that Stasic implemented about 5 or 6, 7 years ago, and then you got the main track, and y'all painted the announcers tower, the scoring tower. So let's talk about the GNC, the long time running. Will this be the 48th or 45th or 47th year?
47th, I believe. I don't know.
It's so old we have forgotten,
Wow.
Shane.
It's older than me. How about that? Put it that way. Put it that way. So yeah, no, we have our GNC coming up. We have been playing with some dates, and I believe we finally got it nailed down. We're going to be the weekend after Ponca City.
Okay, so the weekend after Ponca City will be the GNC.
October 12th through the 15th.
So that'll be the weekend of after Ponca City. October racing in Texas. Beautiful, cool, nice, temperatures there, crisp temperatures just before it gets real cold, but just there's nothing better than March and October fall racing in Texas. Yeah, but put it on your schedule.
That's right, correct. Yeah. October is my favorite month of the year. It's my birthday month. So yeah,
there we go.
We're gonna put it there, and we've got some commitment to some factories, some OEMs gonna come down, and much as you see here. So we're excited about it. We can't wait to have everybody on there, and by then, we'll have our track and our facility top notch.
So website oakhillmx.com or Oak Hill Raceway, oakhillmx.com, I believe.
oakhillmx.com, and then the Instagram Oak Hill Raceway, and then Facebook always. That's another part of what I'm doing there. I'm running the social media part of it. So everybody can come check us out. We keep it up to date.
I've helped you out with the press releases, and we'll continue to do so, Shane.
Right,
so,
cool.
Man, we're excited that Oak Hill's got new ownership and going in a different direction or a more positive direction. The Coleman family, it's a great family. Damien's out here racing this week, and his father, Kevin, they jumped in from California about 6 years ago and took over the realm, and it was time to pass the torch, and we're glad that Denny Garley has bought the facility and brought you on board to help out, and we had a blast out there at round number 4. I know Denny was probably pretty nervous at the Winter Series, but everything went off pretty well, except for the fact when JP left, he got real sick and almost died.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can't do that again.
We're not we're not taking JP back to Oak Hill. Yeah, my movie killed him. My movie killed him.
But yeah, that the Winter Series, we couldn't ask that to go any better. That went off smooth. We had no hitches, and it went great. And everybody's happy, and we heard nothing but positive feedback.
Sure, and you'll continue to do so. So Shane Doty, Texas motocross legend, a past Whole Shot magazine cover boy, a Team Green rider back in the day, and man, it's been a long time, Shane, and welcome back to March racing in Texas. You see these trees starting to bud, the green grass. Does it not take you back to Lake Whitney back in 1998, 1999, 2002, 2001?
Back to where it's supposed to be.
Hey, and one other thing, Shane, before we let you get, congratulations to your son winning the Stasic race at AT&T Stadium at the Arlington/Dallas Supercross 2 weeks ago.
I feel like that was probably better than anything I ever achieved in my moto career.
Absolutely.
Right, he's only 4 years old.
He's only 4. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's got a long way to go. So he will be, I guarantee you, here one day.
Yeah, but he was. That's a proud dad moment, man.
Absolutely.
That's a proud dad moment, and a couple of the riders went straight. Your son was smart enough to hang a left,
Yeah.
and he won the race. So.
I think Alessi's little sister was one of the ones that went straight.
Yeah, and you would have had a handful. No, you wouldn't have raced Mike Alessi back then. He was younger than you.
He was younger than me, yeah.
Slightly younger than you, slightly younger than you when you were tearing up the Texas tracks at both Whitney and Mosier Valley.
Right,
so,
that's right. And even here, when back over on the over on the side of the ranch here,
Yeah, the night track.
Yeah, the night track, which is now the night track.
That was your years. You had 4 good years, and you winded down as that thing was really starting to pop.
Exactly. And I come over here and I would spend weeks with Clayton over here, which this track over here was our practice track.
It was a cow trail.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
Yep.
So yeah, but I got a lot of memories down here. So
That's
fun.
good. Good to
Fun
have
be
you
back.
here. Good to have Denny here. The Garley family. Denny's daughter is doing the 30-second card, girl, correct, all week.
Right.
So. Folks, OakHillMX.com is the website. Check them out on Instagram and on Facebook. Keep up with all things Oak Hill. It is revamped. They're heading into a very good direction. As Shane alluded to, they're down here talking to the manufacturers, a bunch of industry, trying to get the industry back involved and say, hey, Oak Hill's back. We're going to make a run at it. You got a lot of great folks in your corner like the Miller family, like JP, myself, and we'll do everything we can to keep Oak Hill alive and growing forward and moving forward. And we look forward to that October date for the GNC. Let's just say it's the 4,000th annual GNC. It's been around since '77 there at the Astrodome. That the great Jerry, the 1877. The great Jerry Serber created way back in the Astrodome. So Shane, welcome to Freestone, and
appreciate it.
Always enjoy talking to you, my friend.
You too.
So we're gonna head on back here. White flag is waving here. Don, why don't you bring me up to speed? White flag is waving here. Don, bring us to speed. Kyle Pelagos.
He has been out front and just walking away all race long. A little bit of battles going on behind him. Damian Holmes and Luke Theriot were battling for that second spot. The 22 comes away with it. We're on the final lap now. There you see Easton Gens, the 117 fourth. Walker Alfano rounds out your top 5 on the number 7. So it's been kind of a very sort of sedate race for the 250C, quite frankly.
Everybody's just kind of equally spread out, no big challenge.
I think that the track is so rough at this point that you're not going to see guys trying to take any crazy chances.
No, in this 250C, you're right, and it's challenging. It's survival mode at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Paleologos did the favor of getting himself out front early, and he has just made the most of it. So he's going to come through the Shock Sox S-turn shortly.
Jamison Bowers back in 12th. Walker Mahonen in 11th. Tanner Frady just inside your top 10 as the white flag waves here. Good to have the fine folks from Oak Hill. Don, maybe you can come down in October.
Very, very cool to see that happening. Yeah, I've worked at that track a few times myself when the GNCC was in the spring right before this race.
Yep.
And really, really glad because that's just a phenomenal track.
The facility.
The elevation changes that they have there, just outstanding. You can't replicate that anywhere else.
The sand, it's the closest thing we have to Southwick.
It really, I have to say, you're absolutely right. Watching them race that track, it built up and it worked the lines just like Southwick did. So, yeah, I'm really happy. I'd love to come down in October and work that race if that's a possibility and get a chance to welcome the GNCC back to Oak Hill.
Yeah, the Grand National Championship, International Motocross Final, and yeah, you know what? It's going to be a growing curve, as you know. So who knows what the numbers will be in October, but it will eventually get you down. It could be this October. It could be the following when the budget allows. I'm sure.
Just happy to see it coming back and watching it grow. That's the main thing for me. Because you know what, Shan, you know as well as I do, we don't want to lose any tracks. We want to have those tracks and build more. We want to have that history stay with us so that our kids and their kids can see what we raced on, what we built this sport on. It's just great.
Don, let me put this in perspective for you.
Hold on, we got a checkered flag first. There's Paleologos with the win. Now you can put it in perspective.
Luke, listen to what I'm about to put in perspective here. You're talking about don't want to see tracks go away, okay? We're at Freestone County Raceway. It has been open for businesses for 23 years. Not quite 25 years, okay? Think about this for a minute. Not quite a quarter of a century. When Freestone County Raceway was developed and started racing in 2000, Oak Hill Raceway was already 25 years in business operations. So you don't want to see tracks go away. We would never want to lose Oak Hill Raceway, nor Swan, nor West Texas MX Park, nor TNT Raceway up in Idalou. There's some Rio Bravo, and we've got some signature tracks here in Oak Hill is the very forefront, dating back to 75. So think about that for a minute. 25 years in business at that point when this track got brainstormed.
Yeah. And That's the thing, too, where, you say, like we talked about, the history. It's not just about the history. It's about having all of these facilities to go to, because every single one of these tracks is different. You've got a different surface here than you have at Oak Hill, than you have at Whitney, than you have
at Swan. Swan's totally different, yeah.
All of them different. All of them have their own unique strong points and make riders better because of it. So you want them all. You don't want anyone going away.
Right, and we are very blessed here, Don, and Luke can attest to this. We're very blessed here in Texas. We've got about 10 top A tier flights. You got Cycle Ranch, Three Palms, Swan. You've got Rio Bravo. You've got a lot of what I call B-level tracks, and I don't mean that in disregard, ill manner, but B-level tracks, but we dot the landscape here in Texas, and you don't want any tracks to go away. It's a place for us to go enjoy our dirt bikes.
Yep. So this is 54-8 limited. 50cc 4-8 limited, race 20 in the order. We've got two more motos on the day, the 85 9-12 limited Division 1 and 85 9-12 limited Division 2. And that will do it for the race day today. Once again, we were originally going to try and go a little bit longer, but we're going to stop at race 21. So the 285 divisions will be the final moto today as we watch the 54-8 limited working into the Oak Tree turn.
Yep, so we'll get over to the big pond later on. I can't wait to – I love emceeing that. I bring the Team Cramp briefcase over there, and we just have a really good time, and the fish get larger as the minutes count down. Luke, you know about fishing.
All right, your leader here in the 54-8 limited coming to the Shock Sox S turn.
Yeah. Well, you know it's a little kid out front. Yeah. And he went down the line like it was Walmart and picked up every one of our binoculars. We think it's the 167 out front. Jacob Mariner, that would make sense. Jacob Mariner has led a few motos here at Freestone, so that would make sense by way of Mason City, Iowa. We'll be looking at our leader here as they launch off down the number 8 ski jump into the Suzuki Sweeper and over into the Bud Moore Throttle section of the track here. A great look there at the Shock Sox and Kevin Kelly breakdancing in the infield. That was a great shot of Kevin Kelly on the Freestone TV breakdancing in the infield. He's still smiling
bright
at everybody.
Red skinny man out there. So working through here, it looks like it is indeed the 167 out in front.
Look at Mariner
Jake
launching.
Mariner?
Yep, launching off the Texas, into the Texas 12-pack.
No fear. I'm just going to fly into this because it's easier than riding in these ruts.
He's on the Singe Graphics, WTT Race Engines. Our friend Brian Hendricks at WTT Race Engines, he's got his boy out here, Jacob Mariner, with the lead here.
Yeah, the 132 ride was in second. He's going to drop it in the 12-pack. So Gavin Welsen goes down there. He's going to lose a bunch of spots. That's going to put him down to about 5th.
Shannon Tarno making his way through. There goes the 77 up and over the finish line. Tabletop, Carter Holmes.
So Jake Mariner, Talon Rogers, Beckham Smith, Cannon Zabanek, and Tate Brush, your top 5. Welsen able to recover in 6. Cooper Land and Shannon Tarnow, Tyler Hinton, and Carter Holmes through the top 10.
And Yamina burning out there just outside the top 10, Don. Great ride for Yamina. That's really cool to see.
Yeah, we've seen her be able to progress. Last year, I know Yamina was a little bit tentative on some of these races, so able to get a little bit better throttle control and watching her kind of climb through the field.
Jet Rowe in 12th position. The 72, Parker Reneker in 13th, Levi Letty 14th, Logan Pate in 15th, Patrick Pastro in 17th, Ashburr Hall in 16th, Braxton Easton Ruffing in 19th position, Levi Meyer. These ruts are too deep.
There you go. Those 50s being swallowed up by the ruts out there. So we're going to lapse here for the 50cc 6. So Jake Mariner out on the top of the box right now. Talon Rogers, Beckham Smith, second and third.
There is that matchup here, Beckham Smith and Zabinek we talked about earlier today. It's usually Zabinek besting Smith, but so far today, it's been Beckham Smith.
Yep. You know, this is might be his year to kind of rise up above a little bit.
It is the start of the amateur season, so what better time to do it now, Don?
That's it. Do it here in Texas, baby.
Yeah. He's Tate Brush in fifth.
And we're looking at Jake Mariner going to make his way to the FMF Power Wall, launching into it. So there's Jake Mariner, the 167 over the finish line. Beckham Smith continues to charge up into that second spot now. So Mariner holding the lead. Beckham Smith gets himself into second. Talon Rogers into third. Cannon Zabinek running in fourth.
Yeah. 7-10, Shannon Tarno making his way through just with Tate Brush. Cooper Langdon there in sixth. As we wind down, we're going to race 21 here. Race number 21, the 85cc 9-13, a pair of divisions. 85cc 9-13, a pair of divisions coming up here, and that'll be the final motos of the day. We'll make our way over at 6 o'clock to the Big Pond for the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament.
Big Kahuna.
This has been a great day of racing, and we've got a couple more divisions left.
Yeah.
But
good way to start the week off, Shan. No doubt about it.
You know, Don, it's cool. It's, you know, last year was extremely cold several days, and this year we've been blessed with everybody's out here in tank top, shorts, sandals. Start out with a little jacket and hoodies this morning. It's a little cool, but cloud coverage has kept this track in tip-top shape all day. And for our bragging point, it's kept our third floor up here extremely nice and cool.
I have to tell you, I'm very happy I brought my bikini with me this year because it's been beautiful here. I'll be laying out by the pool at the Comfort Inn if anybody wants to stop by.
That's right.
No, I won't be doing that because that would be disgusting. Nobody wants to see that.
You're not that bad of a looking guy, Don. You're just not
I
really
realize that, but
good-looking guy at all, actually.
Not that good of a looking guy either.
That's right.
Sort of right in that middle ground between hideous and attractive.
That's right. Your looks are right there on par with JP's heart from 2 weeks ago.
Well, I do have a face that was made for radio.
There we go. Yes, exactly.
All right, we're looking for Jake Mariner to launch himself into that Texas 12-pack again. All right, your leader launching into the Texas 12-pack.
How about Jacob Mariner? I can't remember the last time I have seen Jacob Mariner lead a moto here and almost win a moto. He's usually in second or third or fourth.
Well, looks like Beckham Smith is trying to change that script right now.
He's closing that gap, Don.
Yeah, he is going fast. A 2:45 for Smith, a 2:49 for Mariner. And the gap is less than 4 seconds, so let's see how this one adds up.
Welsen with a 2:43. Luke pointing out a 2:45 for Zabinek. So Welsen, the man on the move, just not the greatest starts. He's going to have to get around Zabinek. That's going to be hard to do. Zabinek, a Loretta Lynn champion.
Well, and Welsen had trouble in the 12-pack early in the moto. That kind of slowed his pace a little, so I think that's why he had to go, really go to the woodshed and get to work.
Hey, folks, don't forget tomorrow night at 6 p.m., it's the Don Collings Luke Navarre, Shan Garcia, J.P. Parsons. Kickstart My Heart free party for everybody above 21. We encourage all adults to make their over there. We got a keg of beer showing up. Mike Burkeen, our AMA official here on location, is going to be jamming some classic rock and roll tunes.
See, now, if you have any trouble with Mike as an AMA referee, now's the time to go over and shout impossible requests for him to play.
Hey,
I want to hear some Led Zeppelin.
And if there's ever a time to throw styrofoam beer and tomatoes at the stage, tomorrow night is the time. Show Mike Burkeen what you think. No, but it's going to be the J.P. Parsons, Shan Garcia, Don Collins, Luke Navarre, Kickstart, and Dean Diaz, Kickstart, J.P.'s Heart. Announcers, Tower of Power Hour at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. Free keg of beer. We're going to get some Red Solo.
Beckham Smith closing the gap. They're going to drop down the hill to the Bud Moore throttle section in just a moment. And look at Smith swapping out sideways there. As you can see, Mariner's right in front of him. And I'll tell you what, keep your eyes on the 12-pack, kids, because this one might just come down to who can get the best run through there.
Jacob
Smith
Mariner
on the move.
Go ahead, Don. I'm sorry. Whoa! They crash into each other. And Cannon Zabanik now is going to,
holy cow.
Unreal circumstance here as we have the checkered flag waving.
Yeah, the one.
It's not Zabanik. It's the 133. Gavin Welson has made his way up into the lead from fourth to first. Don from fourth to first in the matter of 15 seconds.
And Smith and Mariner got hung up on that launch into the 12-pack. It looked like Smith had his tire caught in the back, or I should say his leg caught in the back tire of Beckham Smith's bike.
It looked like Jacob Mariner kind of jumped sideways into Smith.
Yeah, he got booted.
Yeah, wow.
Wow. Gavin Welson on the last 12 feet of the race.
And it's the announcer's jinx. Jacob Mariner still does not have a moto.
See that? You're the one who said that, Shan, not me. So, man, that one was a crazy finish, but the 132 comes away with the win. Mariner and Smith second and third. Rogers and Zabanik going to round out your top five.
Don, look at that lap time from Welson, a 240. Everybody else, 248, 251, 2.
He was moving.
How do you shave off 8 seconds out there?
Well, you know, I think he just realized that he had a shot. I don't think he realized that he was that close. And when you get that final lap and you go, hey, wait a minute, those guys are right there. That'll light a fire.
Unreal moto here. That was one of the most exciting motos, 51cc 4-8. We had a major change-up here with Welson taking the lead with 12 seconds left in the moto, with Beckham Smith and Mariner collecting together in midair off the FMF Powerwall, jumping into the VMAC 12-pack.
Yeah, that was some crazy finish right there.
And we've got division number 1, 85cc, 9-12 limited division number 1.
Yep, fired up on the line there, getting ready to go.
You got Maverick Gish, Ray Ritter, Wiley Reeves, Tiago Gross, Darren Pine Time, Nolan Ford, Colton Martin, Brayton Krieglow, Tennyson Lopez, Lincoln Snyder, Maddox Timmerman, Jacob Bagley, Marcus Trujillo, the Micro Missile, Aiden McKitty, Robbie Ragland, Braden Fisher, Hudson Short, Brody Moss.
Wyatt Duff in there. Darren Pine. See if he's going to have another shot here at running the field.
One of those excellent starters here, Don Collins, as we called it earlier. And we'll see if Darren Pine can take another hole shot here out of the Freestone gate.
All right, 2-car turns around to 1. We're going to watch it go sideways. And, folks, if you wanted to register for the STACYC race, you need to be at the registration tower now because it's going to end very quickly. So registration for the STACYC race going to end shortly. Darren Pine on the 58 is going to grab the hole shot. So the Bees Moto Lob ride out front, the 97 of Marvick Gish into second. And it looks like Trujillo running in third right now.
What a great start here by Maverick Gish, the 97 out of Purcell, Oklahoma on the Husqvarna.
All right, looks like it's going to be Maddox Temmerman charging up into the second spot now.
Either him or Lincoln Snyder. We got a pair of 5s out there. We'll see. Yeah, probably Timmerman.
And it looks like it's going to be Brody Moss rounding in the top 5 right now. He's looking for third. And this is all going to change, I'm sure, in the next 5 seconds.
So Maverick Gish slides back to 4th, I believe.
Dane Pappas charging up into the top 5 on the 35 KTM.
Out of Livermore, California, Don. If you're going to come from California, you might as well run up front in the top 5, Don Collings.
Yeah, so there you go. Top riders coming out of the Shock Sox S turn.
So your lead group here making their way up and over the Kawasaki step up, launching off the number 8 ski jump into the Suzuki sweeper. The rest of the field going down the Freestone Freeway here on the opening lap of race number 21, the 85cc 9-12 limited division number 1.
Yeah, we got one more division in the 85 9-12 coming off the gate next. And then it'll do it for the race day today. And, man, look at the lines and ruts through that section there. What'd you see, about 78 different ruts in there? Holy cow. Like we were saying earlier, it looks like they can almost fly their drone right down into the ruts. Those things are so deep.
Yeah, unreal. And it gets that way every year. We're not surprised.
No, not at all.
You got to think when it rains out here, that lower bottom is where all the moisture is held.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't drain off. It doesn't. If it rains or if they water, it's just an excellent spot for ruts to develop. And we got a rider down here hard.
Down.
And now it looks like he is slightly coming to. Got a caution flag waving.
Oh, and that was the 5 of Maddox Temmerman, the Husqvarna of Temmerman going down there.
So Maverick Gish finds himself up in a second. Big get off here for Maddox Temmerman. Unfortunate circumstance here. He's trying to get back up a little bit, but he's really cobwebbed. He's trying to just make sense of what happened.
Yeah, that's a tough spot because, you know what, I'm sure he wants to get back on, but he took a pretty hard slam. So Darren Pine, Maverick Gish, Brody Moss, Wyatt Duff, Dane Pappas, top 5, Colt Martin, Nolan Ford, Brayton Craiglow, Braxton Mess, and Talon Trahan through the top 10.
Darren Pine time on that Bees Moto Lab. JM Racing, 100% goggles. Troy Lee Designs, HB Moto co-backed effort, and Maverick Gish on the Munn Racing, Lynx Racing, Berm Lords, RTC, T-Rex Throttles, and O'Neill Gear backed effort. Couple of sponsors here from your front runners. Brody Moss on the 710. His sponsors listed: Mastel Linen and Dry Cleaners, Leat, Lynx, AO Motorsports, Maxima Racing Oils. Wyatt Duff in 4th, Pappas in 5th.
Should not let him back on that bike. He just tried to stand up and fell over.
Medics are going against him.
Yeah, don't let him back on that bike. It looked like his dad was there. Like, come on.
Yeah, of course.
So a 85 9-12 limited division 1 race out on the track here. Watching Darren Pine go to work.
Hudson Short back there in 19th position. Good to see Andrew Short's son here racing. Ray Ritter, Cohen Chilton in 17th. Jacob Badley in 16th. And Emmett Baker in 15th position here.
Yeah, Ragland just ahead of him there.
And Badley in that 16th transfer spot.
Yeah, and that's the trend right there, the 16th spot. That is the spot you need to be in if you want to go directly into the second half, Shan. So I'm sure none of these guys want to go into that LCQ, but some's going to make a ride there.
Darren Pine time out front, Don. No big surprise. We talked about his start gate reaction time right up there with Adler Caudle.
Yep.
But Pine time just has these starts dialed in. Gish moves back to 3rd.
Yeah, Wyatt Duff has moved to 2nd.
Yeah, good ride here by the KTM, the 444. Wyatt Duff, Gish. Brody Moss into 4th.
Yeah, Dane Pappas hanging on a 5th still. Colt Martin, Nolan Ford, 6th and 7th.
Van Martin being trained by Darren Pinetime, and he's telling me Darren will be on a 85 machine and hole shot some 250s.
Did you just say that Darren is training Van?
Darren is training Van Martin.
There you go.
At this stage of the game, Darren Pine brings a lot to the table. He's co-trainer.
Well, you can see why. He's out front and walking away here after a great start on that 58 gas ride.
Yeah, no, Darren Pine goes to public school and lives a normal life, and that's the talent Darren Pine has, Don.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing to do. You know, I realize that I may be in the minority when I say that I don't think it's a good idea to homeschool and have your kid put all their eggs into the motocross basket, because guess what? That basket's not that big,
That's
okay?
right. That's
You're
right.
probably going to end up doing some other things and racing because you love it. So I'm a big fan of folks going to public school and just keeping that normal life. Like you say, hey, listen, you want to take time off, you want to go to races, that's fine. But you know what? You need to have that well-rounded experience.
Sure. Van up here telling us that Darren Pine gets to train about 3 days a week, so it's not a 5-day-a-week grind. And you stay fresh that way. Your ligaments, your bones, everything, your muscles, everything stays very fresh instead of the grind.
I can give you another example of that right there. Justin Cooper.
Yep.
Justin used to race with us all the time from the time he was on the 50s. He was in public school. He graduated high school, public school. He wasn't even sure if he was going to keep racing. And there you are on a 450 on the Star Racing Yamaha team. So, you know, there's more than one way to get there.
Let me allude.
Oh, yeah, Webb as well. That's right. Cooper Webb, same thing.
Let me allude to that, Don, what you just picked up off of. The very next year after Austin Faulkner graduated from the amateur ranks here at Freestone, it was Justin Cooper showed up.
Yep.
And he dominated the A classes. At that point, I had never even heard of Justin Cooper, never announced him, as rightfully so. You're saying he just stayed up north and raced and did it for fun and was not burned out by the time he was 16.
And he did a lot of arena cross stuff, too. Because of living in New Jersey, there's not a lot of places you can run in the wintertime. So he raced a lot of arena cross stuff. He was always at those amateur days. You'd always see him there with his family. His brothers and sisters were there. And, yeah, they put a lot of time into doing that, but they kept him fresh. In a regular sort of a normal life. Like you say, they weren't burnt out by it.
Sure, that approach does work for a lot of riders, and I was stupefied when Justin Cooper showed up, because I remember asking, who is this guy? And he dominated, and this was after Austin Faulkner dominated, so I thought, well, surely I would have heard of Justin Cooper. I had never, but you're right. He was fresh and took the sport for fun, and guess where it took him?
Oh, yeah, and once he got onto the bigger bikes and started to really show what he was, you know, a lot of the teams were like, hey, this guy's for real.
Right. So here is your pecking order. It's Pine, Duff, Gish, Moss, Pappas, your top 5. Martin, Messford, Krieglo, Zaganti in 10th. Schuff, Bells, Bagley, Raglan, and Ray Ritter, they're in 15th position on the KTM bike number 88.
And right now, the 107, Talon Trahan, has that final transfer in 16th, Shan. He's got to stay ahead of the 309 of Baker. He's got about 4 seconds separating him from him. So he's got to stay right where he is if he wants to go to the second half directly.
Yeah, Tiago Gross, Aiden McKitty, Cohen Chilton, and Hudson Short round out your top 21. And one thing I noticed, Don, that kind of surprised me, you look down in the mechanics row area, there's not one pit board to show Trahan, Baker, Gross, Ritter, you're in or you're out or speed up, or, you know, you guys need to get some pit boards down there. That's why, though, you see pit boards in the pros. You see them at Supercross on Saturday night. And I'm just kind of stupefied here in these divisions. There's not a pit board down there to sell any of these riders that may or may not be on the bubble.
Well, and not only that, but you know what you hear a lot with riders is they get their lap time, they get the gap between them to the next guy. That's what's on the board. Hey, you're here, you got a gap of this much. He's coming here. Like you say, you need to know that, and I agree. They should be doing a little bit more of that, perhaps.
Hey, a big shout out to Colleen Millsaps with MTF for coming up here and helping us out with the notary. Colleen, thank you very much. That's very sweet of you.
What you don't realize is that you just signed over all your property to MTF. Colleen now owns your house in Texas. Sorry.
Yeah. Colleen and I are going to split JP's inheritance is what it really boils down to.
How do you split 25 cents?
Yeah, exactly. 12.5 cents each.
There you go.
Oh.
So Darren Pine holding on to the lead here. Wyatt Duff still in the second spot, but a 9-second gap separating them. Maverick Gish continues third. Brody Moss and Colt Martin rounding out your top 5. So well past the halfway point here in the 85 9-12 limited Division 1. We've got Division 2 next off the gate, and that will be the final moto today.
Don, I don't know about you, but we got a Team Cramp briefcase waiting on us.
Well, what do you know? What a coincidence.
Yeah, let's hear. I even have my own edition back home. That's right.
I opened up the box and my wife was like, "What is that?" Oh, here we go. Well, honey. Yeah, you know that stuff I told you about Texas? It's with us now. All right, so it looks like the white flag getting ready to fly for Darren Pine here.
Fantastic ride here by Duff, Gish, Moss, and Martin. Maverick Gish still there in third position. He's about 7 seconds behind Duff, but he's about 8 seconds ahead of Moss. So it's kind of uneventful. It's kind of spread out, Don, like a couple of motos you mentioned ago.
Yeah, it definitely, they kind of sorted it out early in the race, and it's pretty much been, that's where they've been. You've had some battles going on through 9th, 10th, 11th, but it's pretty much been all about the 58 as the white flag is out for Darren Pine.
Yeah, he's got about a 13-second lead over Duff, and just incredible talent here. Darren Pine time. Again, a past Bell Golden Helmet Award winner for the Texas Winter Series. Maverick Gish on the Berm Lords backed effort. Duff out there, the 444 on the United Motorsports, Fox Racing, Power Band Suspension, Oakley, and Pro Circuit backed effort. But Darren Pine time on that number 58 machine, the Bees Moto Lab, JM Racing. Hey, big shout out to John Mitchell. Our boy John Mitchell is here on location. Always good to see John Mitchell. 100% Goggles, Troy Lee Designs, TTMX. I got you, boys. HB Moto Co., FMF. Van can. He just doesn't know it until we remind him.
All right, looking for your leader up and over the top of that FMF power wall. So Darren Pine looking to put the W in the books here. There's the 58. And he is actually going to make his way to the ski jump there. So Darren Pine working the big Loop 270 down the far left side of the track. Looking for your leader to make his way through the 12-pack here. And that's going to be the checkered flag, and that'll be the race win for the 58 of Darren Pine.
It's Pine time up on the podium here in just a few moments. He makes it look easy. 13 seconds ahead of Wyatt Duff, Don Collings, for that division.
Yeah, and he's going to roll in there. The 444 hangs on to second. The 97 of Gish in third. And we're going to be looking for Colt Martin and Brody Moss to round out your top five in Heat 1 for the 85 9-12 Limited.
We are down to the final moto coming up here, race number 21, the 85cc 9-12 division, or limited division number 2. Sawyer Geek, Ryder DeRigo, Hannah Jamison, Jackson Vick, Get Down Gage Brown, just to name a few, Wyatt Thurman, Jackson Bailey, the 776. I don't know if we've announced Jackson Bailey today so far, but he's going to be up in the mix. Tace Morgan, the 810. Brock Worcester, the 722. And they are, Worcester. I'm going to butcher that, Don.
All right, here we go. They're off the gate, Shand. Coming down to that first turn. Let's see who's going to grab the whole shot. And it looks like it's going to be the 247. So Wyatt Thurman, great jump off the gate for the KTM Orange Brigade Parts Unlimited Moose Racing ride. Thurman and the 810 running second and third. That's Tace Morgan in third on the 810.
Yeah, we've got a 5 up there in the mix, and I'm wondering if that's going to be Gage Dunham.
Got to be.
Should be Gage Dunham there in about 4th position. So Jackson Vick with a great start, number 70 there in second. Our riders through the twist and shout section of the track. And, Don, notice how they put all the Dunlop bannering and the hay bales up there. You know how many times we've seen in the past guys cartwheel off into the ponds?
That's more of a retaining wall right now.
That may
you can see that they've got hay bales behind it, so trying to keep them out of the water.
It looks like it's going to be Get Down. Gage Brown has moved up to 4th. Thank you, Luke Navarre. Scouting out for us. The 129 has moved up to 4th.
Leaders coming through jump stand number 6 to the Shock Socks S turn.
It is Wyatt Thurman. This is it, Luke Navarre. Wyatt Thurman leading. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see young Wyatt Thurman get out there up front, try to take a division or a moto win.
So the 247 running out front here as you see them heading down the hill into that big loop 270. And looks like Morgan in second there.
Sorry, Don. Go ahead, buddy. I want to remind everybody, once this race concludes, the track is closed. There is absolutely 0 track walk allowed. You'll need to exit the infield. There needs to be a fence between you and the track at all times. Hey, Dean Diaz, great job down there on the podium, our man. Dean, hard-working dude down there.
Sit down there in the dust all day long, dealing with all those happy people.
He's got that Florida bronze tan going. Hey, I'm Dean Diaz, and you're not. Wes Kane's replacement.
I think he's got that trademarked. I don't think we can do that.
Right. That's right. Probably get a lawsuit.
Manager's going to come after you there, Shand. All right, here we go. Battle for the lead through the Texas 12-pack. The 247 out in front, but he's got some pressure.
Thurman making a mistake here.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to lose valuable time. So Thurman makes a mistake, dog paddling through the FMF switchback, Don.
Yeah, and Tace Morgan made the pass. So the 810 out front. Wyatt Thurman drops back to second. Jackson Vick, Gage Dunham, Elliott Bowser, the top 5. Campili in 6th. And it looks like Thurman going to take the lead back. So a little mistake there. Cost him that spot for a minute, but he did not panic. Got himself right back out there. Looks like Christian Humphrey in 7th. Sawyer Geek in 8th. Brady Landon in 9th. Ryder Dorigo 10th. And right now it's Gage Brown in 11th. So the 129 got work to do. Jackson Bailey 12th, Braylon Harden, 13th, Quade Edwards 14th, and Lucas Ludwig rounding out the top 15. And right now, it's Hannah Jamison on the 57 final transfer ticket.
Check her out. Hannah Jamison besting some of the other riders here just inside the bubble. If she stays where she's at, she qualifies to go directly to the second moto without a consolation race. But outside the bubble, looking in is Worcester, Keller, Trinkle, St. Croix, Wiles, Niswanger, and Thomas Ragland back there in 23rd position.
Yeah, but you know what? Those are not a lot. Look at the separation. Less than a second separating some of those riders. So Jamison going to have her hands full.
So we're being told that Cole Trinkle is kind of on top of the food chain in these 85cc classes up in Montana. So that tells you kind of the speed difference here between, the national caliber riders that are getting a race 12 months out of the year. Montana, you probably get to race, Luke, 4 months out of the year? 3 or 4 months out of the year. I would not want to live there.
Got to buy a snowmobile.
Me being a moto head, that'd be horrible living.
You'd have to leave. You would just never make it up there. Plus, it's cold. Too cold up there for you. You're not built for that stuff, Shand.
Well, I don't mind the cold weather, but I want to ride a dirt bike.
Okay, let's just say for a second here, you don't mind the cold weather, but you live in Texas.
Yes.
You don't know what cold weather is.
You
Okay.
I stand corrected. I don't mind the Dallas cold weather.
I was going to say, until you've gone outside in minus 10-degree weather to
Yes.
scrape your car off to start it up, you don't know what cold weather is.
You're right, Don. I stand corrected.
If you're in Montana, they're thinking, hey, it's 20 degrees, let's wear shorts. You guys are dying down here.
Hey, half my ancestors came from Ireland, and half of them came from Mexico. So I'll
See
take
that?
the warmer sun of Mexico.
That's it. You got a little half and half there.
Thurman, 247, still out front, leading Tace Morgan here as we click down the laps. Jackson Vick back there in fourth. How about Gage Dunham moves up to third?
Whoa. Nice charge there.
Out of Golden, Colorado.
Yeah,
he knows a thing about cold weather.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he does.
JP,
See,
I can go ahead, Don.
See, now I was going to say, you got that perfect split. You got the Irish side and you got the Hispanic side, so you don't sunburn and you like to drink.
That's right. That's why I have a drinking problem, which isn't a problem. It's fun.
It's
a
only
problem to the people around me.
I was just going to say, it's a problem for anybody else, not for you.
That's right.
So battle for the lead going to continue here as Wyatt Thurman trying to get away from Tace Morgan. And he was able to get back around, but look, he has not really gapped him out. Less than a second separating the top two. So Morgan looking to make a statement here that he can run with the leader.
Okay, so check this out. Cole Trinkle has now went from 20th up to 16. That is unfortunately put, for Hannah Jamison, it's put her back to 17th position. And J.P. Parsons' rooster is going off. I was wondering when it was going to happen, Don.
Well, you know, it's inevitable.
Okay.
Here we go. Look at the battle for the lead out of the Shock Sox S-turn. Morgan's going after it, side by side down the Freestone Freeway, but Thurman's going to hold him off. Again, Morgan changing up the line there, almost side by side on the Kawasaki step-up.
Excellent coverage here brought to you by Area 51 Films and Outlaw Productions TV. And you're getting a real bird's-eye view here of what it's like to be at the end of the evening, 5:30, the final moto, 85cc, 9-12 action. The track is brutal and challenging, and you got a pair of the fastest amateur racers in the nation duking it out here with a couple laps left. Thurman has now went back to second. Morgan makes
Look at that.
Morgan cuts to that inside. Thurman went to the outside. I'm not sure why in the Bud Moore throttle section of the track. Now exiting Team Cramp Corner.
You know, I almost think he thought he could get to the inside, and it just kind of dragged him back out.
Well, what happens sometimes, Don, as you said about 4 hours ago, you get stuck in that slot car racing effort in a rut, and all of a sudden you are dictated to where your bike is going to go.
Yeah, the best you can do is stay up and get out of that rut.
Check out what Thurman did. He doubles in. He doubles in and then checks up, takes the inside, and that allows him to shave off about 3/4 of a second. Beautiful craftsmanship there by Wyatt Thurman.
That was a really nice move by the 247. Set that one up coming over the top of the wall. He knew at the end of the 12-pack where he wanted to be.
It is Trinkle still in 16th, Hard in 15th, Landon in 14th, Jackson Bailey 13th, Worcester in 12th, Edwards in 11th, Dorrego in 10th, Get Down Gage Brown in 9th, Humphreys in 8th, Sawyer Geek now moves to 8th, Get Down Gage Brown slides up to 7th, Campigli in 6th, Jackson Vick, a solid 5th place ride here in this division, Elliott Bosher in 4th, Gage Dunham. JP, remember announcing Gage Dunham, and he was the cutest little kid I've ever seen on a podium from Golden, Colorado. He must have hit that podium at AZ Cycle Park, Arizona Cycle Park for the AZ Open about 30 times. And I love seeing Gage Dunham and his family here, and kind of was sad when the AMA implemented the no helmet attachment rule because we knew the orange mohawk was going away for Gage Dunham.
Parents everywhere were unhappy with that because it made sure you could see your kid wherever he was on the track. All right, so Tace Morgan still holding off Wyatt Thurman as they head down the Freestone Freeway, and he's got a little bit of a gap now.
And
as you see those deep lines coming up the Kawasaki step up.
Don, let's go back here to the bubble. Hannah Jamison, she has made her way up into 16th, so she is back in the transfer spot, which puts Braylon Harden back to 17th, Lucas Ludwig in 18th position. So good for Hannah Jamison.
Yeah, doing work out there, making sure she gets into that second half without having to go to the LCQ.
That is another great smile right there, Hannah Jamison.
All right, top of the hill. They're going to drop through the Bud Moore throttle section. And it is Tace Morgan trying to get away, and he's doing a good job of maintaining the lead. And this time around, when they come over the finish, they'll go by the halfway point. Launching the FMF Powerwall.
There is a great shot of Wyatt Thurman. They're starting to get into some back markers. They're going to make their way to the Freestone Huddle Hut.
He does that double in again.
Yeah.
That's a quick line.
That's just the experience he has racing here. Just came off 2 Winter Series rounds here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's local knowledge right there.
You're right, Don. You're right. Yeah, the 247 keeping the pressure on Tace Morgan. Give it up for Tace Morgan. He has not cracked under pressure.
No, he has done a good job. See that little bonus there. If Tace Morgan gets the win, we're going to be throwing side numbers on his plates there. Courtesy of Blue Sky
Cycle Supply.
There you go.
Who would have ever guessed JP would create a business and it would be around for literally 41 years?
I would have guessed that, but I would not have guessed cycle parts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He'd have been dealing.
I would have guessed a different business. But
he would have been distributing others. It was in high school. JP's been in distribution his whole life.
Well, all right, here we go. Out of the Shock Sox S-turn, there's the battle for the lead. And still Tace Morgan with a good line out of that section.
Look at Kevin Kelly down there dancing around, break dancing. We're going to have to send
Had a
Kevin
long
Kelly
day.
over there to get adjusted by Sean Roden at the chiropractor. His back is out. Hey, Luke, I haven't heard you complain about your back, man. Is everything good with your back?
There we go, up and over the ski jump. Going to head down to the 270 loop.
Cool. They're a year old. Time to re-up. Okay. So as we joke about JP, distribution his entire career.
Well, you know.
Even before he's a business owner,
You want to be a business person. You want to be a business person.
That's right.
All right, here we go down to the Bud Moore throttle section. We're going to drop to the bottom of the hill in the Team Cramp sweeper. And we're going to watch Tace Morgan. Whoa, rear tire comes way up in the air there. These little bikes are just getting booted around. Morgan on it, though, into the FMF Powerwall, and we're going to be looking at the white flag this time around.
Yeah, that intensity by Wyatt Thurman is still there, but Morgan just absolutely doing a fantastic job. Look at that double in.
That's such a fast line on these 85s.
We're taking it down to the wire here, Don Collins. The white flag is waving, and I'm gonna break it down here. Hannah Jamison still needs to hold on to that 16th transfer spot.
Yeah, but look, she's got, 6 seconds back behind her to Braylon Harden, so all you got to do at this point is just keep doing what you're doing.
Yep.
So looking for your leaders to head to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And here is the battle. Morgan able to hold him off as they come to that Oak Tree turn.
Wyatt Thurman putting some serious pressure going around the outside of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. He's going to slingshot down, carry some momentum into the Dunlop drop.
And it's just so hard for these riders to pick another line, like you were saying earlier. And when you're in that rut, you are in a slot car track.
Yeah, you're stuck at that point. So you have to go into certain sections very mindful of what's going to happen when you exit that area.
Oh, yeah. And there we go, down the Freestone Freeway.
Got to tell you what, Tace Morgan has not cracked under pressure. He has ridden a flawless moto here, Don.
And he has had Thurman pretty much on his rear fender all race long. So, yeah, that's a testament to good concentration, good racecraft there out of the 810.
So here is your top 15. Morgan, Thurman, Bosher, Dunham, Brown, Vick, Campigli, Humphrey, Geek, Worcester, Lannon, Edwards, Dorigo, Trinkle, and Jackson Bailey in 15th, with Hannah Jamison just inside the bubble in 16th here on the last lap, with Harden looking from the outside, looking in. They're in 17th position. Lucas Ludwig at 18th, Austin Keller 19th, and Jersey St. Croix in 20th on this last lap here, Don.
And here we go, coming up the hill one final time. Tace Morgan on the 810. Rider out of Claremont, Florida. looking to grab the first moto win here in the 85 9-12 limited division class number 2. Thurman has done everything he can to catch him, but Morgan not bending under pressure, and that's going to be the checkered flag, the race win on the 810. And he's got the old rodeo whip over the finish there.
Hats off to Tace Morgan right there. He rode a fantastic ride. He secures his probably second gate pick choice.
Yeah,
at
depends
the
on
second
lap
moto.
times there. We'll have to see how that works out tomorrow.
Sure. We're
But
going to
man.
see Thurman there in second.
Yeah, looks like Boucher going to hang on to third on the 305.
Should be seeing Gage Dunham make his way through out of Golden, Colorado pretty soon. There goes Get Down Gage Brown in fifth. Folks, that will do it. We want to remind everybody the track is closed. Okay. We want to remind everybody the track is closed. That will do it for racing today for race day number 1. On behalf of Don Collings, Dean Diaz, Luke Navarre, J.P. Parsons, Shan Garcia, we're going to sign off. We're going to see everybody here in 25 minutes over at the Big Pond for the Big Kahuna FMF Big Kahuna Malcolm Stewart
Big
Fishing
Kahuna.
Tournament. That's right.